Hey there, history hunters! Tonight we're cracking open the story of America. And no, this isn't your high school textbook version where Columbus discovered an empty continent and everyone lived happily ever after. We're talking about the real deal. Ancient civilizations that built cities while Europe was still figuring out plumbing, Viking explorers who showed up 5 centuries before Columbus even had the idea, and a collision of worlds that changed everything forever. Before we jump in, smash that like button if you're ready for some actual history and drop a comment. Where are you watching from right now? I want to know who's riding shotgun on this wild journey through time. Alright, dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's rewind the clock about 15,000 years. Because the story of America? It starts way before 1492, and it's way more interesting than you think. Let's go. Long before any European ever dreamed of crossing the Atlantic, North America was home to millions of people living in societies that would put most medieval European kingdoms to shame. We're talking about the ancestral Puebloans building multi-story apartment complexes in the Southwest, the Mississippian culture constructing massive earthen pyramids that rivaled anything in Central America, and the Iroquois Confederacy developing a democratic system so advanced that it would later influence the US Constitution itself. These weren't nomadic tribes wandering aimlessly. These were sophisticated civilizations with complex trade networks stretching thousands of miles, advanced agricultural systems, and political structures that actually worked. The city of Cahokia, near modern-day St. Louis, had a population larger than London in the year 1250. Let that sink in for a second. Here's where your elementary school history teacher probably skipped a chapter. Around the year 1000, a full 5 centuries before Columbus, a Norse explorer named Leif Erikson landed in what's now Newfoundland, Canada. The Vikings established settlements, traded with indigenous peoples, and then just kind of left. They didn't stick around, didn't try to conquer anything, and definitely didn't write it up in any European bestseller lists. So when Christopher Columbus sailed west in 1492, he wasn't discovering anything. He was just really late to the party. But his arrival? That changed everything. Because unlike the Vikings, Columbus came backed by empires hungry for gold, land, and power. What followed was the Age of Exploration, a polite term for what was actually the beginning of the largest land grab in human history. When European ships started showing up on American shores, it wasn't just a meeting of cultures, it was a collision that would reshape the entire planet. Spanish conquistadors, English colonists, French traders, Dutch merchants, everyone wanted a piece of the New World. And caught in the middle were the indigenous peoples who'd been here all along, watching their world transform in ways they could never have imagined. This is where our story really begins. Not with a simple tale of discovery and settlement, but with a complex, messy, often brutal clash of civilizations that would eventually give birth to the United States of America. It's a story full of heroes and villains, triumph and tragedy, ideals and hypocrisy, and it's all true. So buckle up. We're just getting started. So let's talk about the people who were actually here first, because calling Columbus a discoverer is like someone walking into your living room, planting a flag in your couch, and claiming they discovered your house. The indigenous peoples of North America had been building civilizations for thousands of years before any European showed up with a compass and an overinflated sense of accomplishment. When we talk about Native American societies, we're not discussing simple tribal groups sitting around campfires. Though to be fair, their campfire game was probably pretty solid. We're talking about complex political systems, advanced agricultural techniques, and cities that would make medieval European towns look like practice runs. The Haudenosaunee, also known as the Iroquois Confederacy, had developed a democratic system with checks and balances that impressed Benjamin Franklin so much he basically took notes for later. Their great law of peace included concepts like federalism, separation of powers, and participatory democracy. You know, all those things Americans like to think they invented from scratch. Down in the Southwest, the ancestral Puebloans were constructing apartment buildings with hundreds of rooms, while Europeans were still figuring out that maybe, just maybe, throwing sewage out the window wasn't the height of urban planning. Cliff Palace at Mesa Verde had over 150 rooms and could house around 100 people, complete with ceremonial spaces and storage facilities. These weren't temporary structures. These were architectural achievements designed to last, which they did, unfortunately outlasting the civilization that built them. The Mississippian culture, centered around what's now the Midwest and Southeast, built Cahokia near present-day St. Louis, and this place was genuinely impressive. At its peak around 1050 CE, Cahokia had a population estimated between 10,000 and 20,000 people, making it larger than London at the same time. The city featured massive earthen mounds. Monk's Mound, the largest, rises 100 feet high and covers 14 acres at its base. To put that in perspective, they moved an estimated 814,000 cubic yards of soil, all without wheels, horses, or the benefit of complaining about it on social media. The city had a sophisticated layout with plazas, residential neighbourhoods, and even an ancient astronomical observatory made of wooden posts called Woodhenge, because apparently ancient Americans also enjoyed confusing future archaeologists. These societies had extensive trade networks that would make modern logistics companies jealous. Goods moved from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, from the Atlantic to the Rocky Mountains. Copper from Lake Superior, shells from the Gulf Coast, obsidian from the Rockies, all of this moved through a continent-spanning web of exchange that operated without a single Amazon Prime membership. Unfortunately, it also operated without immunity to European diseases, but we'll get to that tragedy soon enough. The agricultural innovations alone were remarkable. Indigenous peoples domesticated crops that now feed the world: corn, beans, squash, tomatoes, potatoes, chocolate, and tobacco, though that last one's contribution to human health is admittedly debatable. The Three Sisters agricultural system, planting corn, beans, and squash together, was so efficient that it sustained large populations across the continent. The corn provides a structure for the beans to climb, the beans fix nitrogen in the soil, and the squash leaves provide ground cover to retain moisture and prevent weeds. It's permaculture before permaculture had a name and a TED Talk. Now, before Columbus stumbled onto the scene, and I do mean stumbled because the man thought he was in Asia, someone else showed up. Around the year 1000, give or take a decade because medieval record-keeping wasn't exactly precision-based, a Norse explorer named Leif Erikson landed on the shores of what's now Newfoundland. The Vikings, who'd already island-hopped from Scandinavia to Iceland to Greenland, decided to see what else was out there besides ice and more ice. They established a settlement at Lonso Meadows, and this wasn't just a quick camping trip. Archaeological evidence shows they built houses, worked iron, and probably spent a lot of time complaining about the weather, because Vikings. They called the region Vinland, supposedly because of the grapes they found there, though some historians think they were just really optimistic about some berries. The Norse sagas describe encounters with indigenous peoples they called Skraelings. Not exactly the most respectful term, but then again, this was a culture that named their children things like Thorbjorn the Disagreeable, so their PR department could have used some work. But here's the thing about the Viking visits, they didn't stick. After a few years, maybe a decade or so, they packed up and left. Probably because the indigenous peoples weren't thrilled about these uninvited guests, and made that position abundantly clear through what the sagas politely describe as conflicts. The Vikings went home, told some stories, and the rest of Europe apparently didn't get the memo about a whole continent sitting across the Atlantic. Which brings us to Christopher Columbus, the man who managed to get lost and famous at the same time. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. You know the rhyme. You probably learned it in 3rd grade along with the questionable notion that this was a good thing for everyone involved. Columbus was trying to find a western route to Asia because Europeans were absolutely obsessed with spices, silk, and other luxury goods from the east. The Ottoman Empire controlled the land routes, which made everything expensive, and Columbus figured if he sailed west, he'd eventually hit east. Spoiler alert, that's not quite how it works when there's an entire continent in the way that you don't know about. He convinced the Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella to fund his expedition, probably with a PowerPoint presentation that would make modern startup pitches look conservative. 3 ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, set sail from Spain in August 1492. After about 2 months of sailing, which gave the crew plenty of time to contemplate their life choices and possibly regret listening to Columbus's pitch, they spotted land on October 12th. Columbus landed in the Bahamas, probably on an island the indigenous Lucayan people called Guanahani, which he promptly renamed San Salvador because nothing says discovery like ignoring the existing name. He encountered the Lucayan people, who were reasonably friendly considering strange men had just shown up on their beach uninvited. Columbus wrote in his journal that they would make excellent servants, which really sets the tone for everything that followed. He also noted they wore gold jewellery and asked where it came from, because of course he did. For the next several months, Columbus Island hopped through the Caribbean, convinced he was somewhere near India or China, which explains why he called the indigenous peoples Indians, a naming error that stuck for centuries because apparently admitting you got lost was harder than maintaining a geographical fiction. He found some gold, took some people captive to bring back to Spain as proof of his discovery, and generally demonstrated that having the courage to sail into the unknown doesn't necessarily mean you have the wisdom to handle what you find there. Columbus made 4 voyages to the Americas between 1492 and 1504, never actually reaching the North American mainland. He explored the Caribbean and parts of Central and South America. He died in 1506 still believing he'd found a route to Asia, which is either admirably stubborn or remarkably dense, depending on your perspective. He also never got the recognition he wanted during his lifetime. He died relatively obscure and definitely not wealthy, which would have been more satisfying as cosmic justice if his voyages hadn't opened the floodgates for an invasion that would devastate indigenous populations. Because Columbus's voyages did something that the Viking expeditions didn't. They established permanent contact between Europe and the Americas. Word spread across Europe that there were new lands to explore, new peoples to convert, and most importantly to European monarchs, new resources to exploit. This kicked off the Age of Exploration, which is what we call it when we're being polite. More accurate terms might include the Age of Showing Up Uninvited, or the Age of Spectacular Cultural Arrogance. The impact on indigenous populations was catastrophic and immediate. Europeans brought diseases, smallpox, measles, typhus, influenza, to which Native Americans had no immunity. These diseases spread faster than the Europeans themselves, sometimes decimating communities before they ever saw a European face. Estimates vary, but many historians believe that within a century of sustained European contact, the indigenous population of the Americas declined by 90% or more. To put that in perspective, imagine 9 out of every 10 people you know suddenly gone. That's not conquest, that's apocalypse. And this wasn't just bad luck, though the disease transmission was largely unintentional at first. European colonization deliberately destroyed indigenous societies through violence, enslavement, forced conversion, and systematic destruction of native cultures. The Taino people of the Caribbean, who first met Columbus, were essentially extinct within 50 years, not because they weren't advanced or capable, but because they encountered a force that combined superior military technology with infectious diseases and a worldview that saw them as less than human. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Columbus's voyages opened the door, and suddenly every European power with a ship and an oversized sense of entitlement wanted in on the action. The Spanish led the charge, establishing a massive empire across the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Hernán Cortés conquered the Aztec Empire in 1521 with a combination of military force, indigenous allies who had their own grievances with the Aztecs, and smallpox doing most of the heavy lifting. Francisco Pizarro toppled the Inca Empire in the 1530s using similar tactics. These conquests weren't just military victories, they were cultural annihilations that destroyed some of the most sophisticated civilizations in human history. The Spanish established the encomienda system, which was slavery with extra steps and a religious justification. Spanish colonists received grants of land and indigenous people who were required to work for them. In exchange, the colonists were supposed to protect these people and convert them to Christianity, which is like your landlord saying he's doing you a favor by letting you pay rent. The system was brutal, extracting forced labor in mines and plantations while indigenous populations continued to decline from disease and overwork. Meanwhile, back in Europe, other nations watched Spain getting rich from American gold and silver and thought, we want some of that. Thus began what historians politely call competition for the New World, and what was actually a free-for-all land grab that would make Black Friday shoppers look orderly and civilized. So while Spain was busy conquering Central and South America and extracting enough silver to crash the European economy, which they actually did because flooding the market with precious metals turns out to have predictable economic consequences, other European powers started eyeing North America. The continent looked big, mostly unclaimed by Europeans, which is different from unclaimed, but apparently that distinction didn't trouble anyone's conscience, and potentially full of wealth. Spoiler, it was full of wealth, but not the gold and spices everyone was looking for. The real wealth turned out to be land, timber, fish, and furs, which is considerably less exciting than gold, but ultimately more sustainable, economically speaking. The French were among the first to establish a presence in North America, though calling it establishing a presence makes it sound more organized than it was. Jacques Cartier explored the Seine. Lawrence River in the 1530s claimed territory for France and tried to establish a settlement that promptly failed because, surprise, winters in Canada are cold and 16th century Europeans weren't exactly prepared for that. Not exactly a shocking revelation, but apparently it needed to be learned through experience rather than, say, asking the people who'd been living there for thousands of years. The French eventually figured out that instead of trying to replicate European settlements, they should work with indigenous peoples in the fur trade. This turned out to be a much better strategy, though better is relative when you're still essentially exploiting resources and people. French coureurs des bois, literally runners of the woods, which sounds way more romantic than guys who paddle canoes for months to trade metal goods for beaver pelts, ventured deep into the continent. They established New France, centred on Quebec, founded in 1608 by Samuel de Champlain, who at least had the sense to build alliances with local Algonquin and Huron peoples, rather than immediately trying to conquer everyone in sight. The French approach to colonization was different from the Spanish: fewer large settlements, more trading posts, and more intermarriage with indigenous peoples. This wasn't necessarily because the French were more enlightened. They just had fewer people willing to move to a frozen wilderness, so they adapted. The fur trade became enormously profitable as European fashion decreed that everyone needed beaver felt hats, because nothing says sophistication like wearing a hat made from a semi-aquatic rodent that builds dams. The demand for beaver pelts drove French expansion westward, establishing trade networks that stretched from the St. Lawrence to the Great Lakes and eventually down the Mississippi River Valley. The Dutch showed up fashionably late to the party in the early 1600s and did what the Dutch do best: trade. In 1609, the Dutch East India Company hired an English explorer named Henry Hudson, because nothing says confidence in your own sailors like hiring someone else's, to find that elusive northwest passage to Asia. He sailed up what's now called the Hudson River, realised this wasn't Asia either, but figured the area might be useful anyway. The Dutch established New Netherland, with its capital of New Amsterdam on the southern tip of Manhattan Island, which they allegedly purchased from the Lenape people for goods worth about 60 guilders, or roughly $1,000 in modern currency. Whether this was actually a legitimate sale or a massive cultural misunderstanding about land ownership is a question historians still debate, though the Lenape probably weren't thinking they were signing away permanent exclusive rights to an island. New Amsterdam became a diverse, profitable trading post, more interested in making money than converting souls or establishing agricultural settlements. The Dutch West India Company ran it as a business venture, which meant if you could contribute to profits, your religion, nationality, or background mattered less than in other colonies. This accidentally created one of the more tolerant colonial societies, though tolerant in the 17th century still meant plenty of things that would horrify modern sensibilities. The colony lasted until 1664, when the English showed up with warships, and the Dutch governor Peter Stuyvesant, after looking at his defences and doing some quick math, decided that surrendering was better than getting everyone killed. The English renamed it New York after the Duke of York, erasing the Dutch name but not the Dutch influence. Parts of New York still reflect that heritage, from Brooklyn to Harlem. The English were relative latecomers to North American colonization, partly because they were busy with their own religious and political drama at home: the Protestant Reformation, conflicts with Catholic Spain, various succession crises, and general 16th century chaos. But by the early 1600s, they'd sorted themselves out enough to start establishing colonies, or at least to start trying, because their first attempts were honestly pretty disastrous. The first permanent English settlement in North America was Jamestown, Virginia, established in 1607 by the Virginia Company of London, a joint stock company that sold shares to investors with promises of wealth from the New World. About 100 colonists arrived in May 1607 and picked a location that seemed defensible, but was actually a swampy, mosquito-infested peninsula with terrible water. Not exactly prime real estate, but they were more concerned about Spanish attacks than about whether the neighbourhood had good drainage. The early years of Jamestown were a complete disaster, and that's not historical exaggeration. That's just accurate description. The colonists were mostly gentlemen who'd never done manual labour, artisans whose skills weren't particularly useful in a wilderness, and some labourers who were vastly outnumbered by people who considered physical work beneath them. They'd arrived too late to plant crops. They built a fort instead of houses, and they spent more time searching for gold than preparing for winter. Unsurprisingly, this strategy didn't work out well. The winter of 1609-1610, known cheerfully as the Starving Time, reduced the colony from about 500 people to 60. They ate through their supplies, then ate their horses, then their dogs, then rats, and according to some archaeological evidence, eventually resorted to cannibalism. One colonist was executed for murdering his wife and eating her, which really underscores how desperate things got. This wasn't exactly the promotional material the Virginia Company was hoping for. "Come to Virginia, where you might eat your neighbours," isn't a great recruiting slogan. The colony survived mainly because of John Rolfe, who in 1612 began experimenting with growing tobacco. He'd obtained seeds of a Caribbean variety that grew better than the local tobacco and was milder to smoke. This tobacco became enormously popular in England, where smoking had become fashionable despite King James III's writing a pamphlet called A Counterblast to Tobacco, in which he described smoking as loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs. His subjects ignored him and kept smoking, proving that public health warnings have always been about as effective as they are today. Tobacco saved Jamestown economically, but created a new problem. Growing tobacco requires intensive labour, and there weren't enough English colonists willing to do the backbreaking work. Initially, the colony relied on indentured servants, people who agreed to work for a set number of years in exchange for passage to America. These servants were mostly poor English, Irish and Scottish workers looking for a chance at a better life, though what they got was several years of hard labour in a hot, humid climate, growing a crop that would eventually kill millions of people. Still, they could theoretically earn their freedom and land afterward, which made it slightly better than slavery. Note the words slightly and theoretically, because the reality was often much grimmer. In 1619, something happened that would fundamentally shape American history. A Dutch ship arrived at Jamestown with about 20 captured Africans aboard, who were traded for supplies. These were the first recorded Africans in English North America, and their initial status is historically murky. Some may have been treated as indentured servants like Europeans, with the possibility of eventually gaining freedom. But over the following decades, as the demand for labour increased and the supply of willing European servants couldn't keep up, the colonies began legally defining African servitude as permanent and hereditary, in other words, slavery. This wasn't an overnight transformation, and it wasn't inevitable. It was a series of deliberate choices by colonial legislatures to create a system of racial slavery that would persist for over 200 years. Virginia passed laws in the 1660s and 1670s that defined slavery based on race, made it hereditary through the mother, and stripped away legal protections. Maryland, the Carolinas, and other colonies followed suit. By the end of the 17th century, the institution of chattel slavery, where human beings were property that could be bought, sold, and inherited, was firmly established in colonial America. The reasons were economic and social. African slaves could be held permanently, unlike indentured servants who would eventually go free. Their children would be slaves, creating a self-perpetuating labour force. And as slavery became racialized, it created a social hierarchy that united poor and wealthy white colonists against enslaved black people, reducing the likelihood of cross-racial alliances that might threaten the colonial elite. It was systematic, calculated, and monstrous, and it generated enormous wealth for those who participated in it, while inflicting unimaginable suffering on millions of people. The slave trade itself was a horror that deserves more attention than we can give it here. But briefly, millions of Africans were captured, transported across the Atlantic in conditions that killed about 15% of them during the voyage. This was called the Middle Passage, a neutral term for sustained atrocity, and sold into lifetime bondage. Families were separated, cultures were suppressed, and people were reduced to property. This wasn't a side effect of colonization. It was central to the economic development of the colonies, particularly in the South, where plantation agriculture became dominant. But let's back up a moment to 1620, because while Jamestown was establishing the tobacco and slavery economy in Virginia, another group of English colonists was landing further north with an entirely different vision. The Pilgrims, a group of religious separatists who'd left England, hung out in the Netherlands for a while, and decided they wanted to establish their own religious community in the New World. Arrived on the Mayflower in November 1620. They were aiming for Virginia but missed by about 200 miles, and ended up at Cape Cod in what's now Massachusetts. Navigation wasn't their strong suit, apparently. They spent a few weeks exploring the area, which mostly meant stealing corn from Native American food stores, because starting a colony really builds up an appetite. They eventually settled at a place they called Plymouth, which had been a Wampanoag village called Patuxet before an epidemic, probably introduced by earlier European traders, killed essentially everyone there a few years earlier. So the Pilgrims settled on a mass grave, which is dark but also means the land was already cleared, so they went with it. The first winter was brutal. Half the colonists died from cold, disease and malnutrition. They would have probably all died if not for help from local Wampanoag people, particularly Squanto, who spoke English because he'd been kidnapped by English traders years earlier, sold into slavery in Spain, escaped to England, and eventually made his way back to America only to find his entire village dead. Despite having every reason to hate the English, he helped the Pilgrims plant corn, catch fish, and generally survive, which is remarkably gracious given the circumstances. The famous First Thanksgiving in 1621 was actually a harvest festival that the Wampanoag leader Massasoit and about 90 of his people attended, outnumbering the 50-odd pilgrims who were there. It wasn't a formal Thanksgiving, it was a celebration of a successful harvest, and likely a diplomatic meeting between the colonists and the Wampanoag. The Pilgrims and Wampanoag had signed a mutual defence treaty earlier that year, more because the Wampanoag needed allies against rival tribes than because they particularly liked these strange English people who couldn't grow corn without help. Plymouth Colony never became particularly large or wealthy, but it had symbolic importance and attracted more Puritan settlers. The much larger and more significant Massachusetts Bay Colony was established in 1630 when about 1,000 Puritans arrived, led by John Winthrop, who gave a sermon about building a city upon a hill that would be an example to the world. The Puritans were on a mission to create a godly society in the wilderness, which sounds noble until you realize their idea of a godly society involved strict religious conformity, harsh punishment for moral transgressions, and expelling anyone who disagreed with them. Religious freedom in Puritan New England meant the freedom to be Puritan. Everyone else could leave. And leave they did. Roger Williams was banished from Massachusetts Bay in 1636 for his radical ideas that church and state should be separate, and that maybe, just maybe, the colonists should actually pay Native Americans for their land rather than just taking it. He founded Providence in what became Rhode Island, establishing a colony with actual religious freedom and better relations with indigenous peoples. Anne Hutchinson was expelled in 1638 for holding religious meetings in her home and teaching that salvation came through faith rather than adherence to church rules, which the male Puritan clergy found threatening. She also went to Rhode Island and then later to New Netherland, where she was killed in a conflict with Native Americans, a tragedy that Puritan leaders back in Massachusetts considered divine judgment because they were gracious in victory like that. By the mid-1600s, the Atlantic coast of North America was dotted with European colonies, each with different origins, goals, and characters. The Spanish held Florida and the Southwest, the French controlled the Saint. Lawrence Valley and were expanding into the Mississippi Basin, the Dutch had their profitable trading post in New Amsterdam, and the English were establishing colonies up and down the coast. Maryland was founded in 1634 as a haven for Catholics. Connecticut and New Haven were established by religious dissidents from Massachusetts, and New Sweden briefly existed along the Delaware River before the Dutch conquered it, who were then conquered by the English, making the whole area's colonial history wonderfully complicated. The English colonies in particular developed distinct regional identities. New England colonies, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, were dominated by Puritan religion and town-based communities focused on trade, fishing, and small-scale farming. The climate was terrible for cash crops but good for righteous indignation and town meetings. The middle colonies, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, were more diverse religiously and ethnically, with better farmland and more tolerant attitudes. Pennsylvania, founded by William Penn in 1681 as a haven for Quakers, actually negotiated with Native Americans and paid them for land, which was so unusual that it's historically noteworthy. The southern colonies, Virginia, Maryland, the Carolinas, and eventually Georgia, developed plantation-based economies growing tobacco, rice, and eventually cotton, increasingly dependent on enslaved African labor. But here's what all these colonies had in common. They were expanding onto land that belonged to indigenous peoples, and that expansion required displacing or destroying the people who were already there. Some colonists, particularly in the early years, established trade relationships and even alliances with Native American tribes. But as colonial populations grew and demanded more land, these relationships deteriorated into conflict. European diseases continued to devastate indigenous populations. European settlers often violated treaties, and the fundamental incompatibility between European ideas of land ownership and indigenous concepts of land use made coexistence increasingly difficult. The Pequot War of 1636-1638 in Connecticut saw English colonists and their Native American allies essentially eliminate the Pequot people as a political force, culminating in the burning of a Pequot village that killed hundreds of people, mostly women and children. King Philip's War in 1675–1666 was an even larger conflict in New England, where Wampanoag leader Metacom, called King Philip by the English, led a coalition of tribes in a desperate attempt to stop English expansion. The war was brutal on both sides, destroyed numerous towns, and ended with Metacom's death and the effective end of Native American power in southern New England. His head was displayed on a pike in Plymouth for 25 years, because apparently the Pilgrims' descendants had lost that whole Christian charity thing somewhere along the way. These conflicts established patterns that would continue for centuries: European expansion, Native American resistance, military conflict that Native Americans usually lost due to European military technology, and Native American population decline from disease, and the steady displacement of indigenous peoples from their ancestral lands. This wasn't just unfortunate happenstance. This was systematic colonization that treated indigenous peoples as obstacles to be overcome rather than as fellow humans with rights to their own land. Meanwhile, the Atlantic slave trade was growing exponentially. By the late 1600s, thousands of enslaved Africans were arriving annually in the colonies. They built the infrastructure, cleared the land, planted and harvested the crops, and created the wealth that made the colonies profitable. They did this under conditions of forced labor, legal persecution, and systematic dehumanization. Slave codes passed throughout the colonies denied enslaved people legal rights, prohibited education, restricted movement, and established brutal punishments for resistance. This was slavery as a total institution, controlling every aspect of enslaved people's lives. The economic system that developed was called the triangular trade, though it was more complicated than a simple triangle. Ships from New England carried rum to Africa and traded it for enslaved people, who were transported to the Caribbean or southern colonies and sold. Then the ships carried sugar, molasses, or tobacco back to New England to be made into rum. Profits at every stage, human misery as the foundation. Northern merchants and shipbuilders profited from the slave trade, even though most enslaved people ended up in southern colonies or the Caribbean. Slavery was an American institution, not just a southern one. The colonies were also developing their own cultural identities distinct from England. Distance from royal authority meant colonists had more autonomy than English subjects at home. Colonial assemblies controlled local budgets and increasingly asserted their right to govern themselves. A distinctly American merchant class was emerging, getting wealthy from trade that sometimes competed with English interests. Religious diversity, or at least diversity among Protestant denominations, was greater in the colonies than in England, and the constant presence of the frontier, that ever-expanding boundary between European settlement and indigenous land, created a society that valued practical skills, self-reliance, and expansion. By the end of the 17th century, the foundations of what would become the United States were firmly established. A colonial society based on agriculture and trade, increasingly dependent on enslaved labor, expanding relentlessly westward at the expense of indigenous peoples, and developing a sense of identity separate from European powers. These colonies weren't yet thinking about independence. They were still firmly British, Spanish, or French. But the seeds of future conflicts were already planted in the soil, fertilized by displaced indigenous peoples, watered with the sweat and blood of enslaved Africans, and growing into something that would eventually demand to be its own nation. The European empires thought they'd simply extended their power across the Atlantic, establishing new territories to exploit for the benefit of the homeland. What they'd actually done was create new societies that would eventually reject European control entirely. But that revolution was still almost a century away. First, there would be more wars, more expansion, more enslavement, and more conflict. Basically everything that makes history both fascinating and depressing to study. The colonial period wasn't a story of brave settlers taming a wilderness. It was a story of invasion, displacement, exploitation, and the construction of new societies built on systematic injustice. It was also a story of human resilience, indigenous peoples adapting and resisting, enslaved Africans maintaining culture and humanity despite everything designed to destroy both, and yes, colonists building new communities in difficult circumstances. History contains multitudes, and the colonial era contained violence and creation, destruction and survival, ambition and suffering all happening simultaneously. The stage was set for the next century and a half of colonial development, imperial conflicts, and eventual revolution. The 13 colonies that would eventually form the United States were taking shape along the Atlantic coast, each with their own character, but all sharing that fundamental colonial experience. They were European in origin but American in development, creating something new while destroying much that was already there. And understanding this period, really understanding it, not the sanitized version you got in elementary school, is essential to understanding everything that followed. Because the United States wasn't born in 1796 with the Declaration of Independence. It was built over centuries of colonization, through choices both deliberate and circumstantial, creating a nation whose founding principles of liberty and equality coexisted with slavery and genocide. That contradiction between American ideals and American reality is the central tension of US history, and it started right here, in the colonial period, when European empires scrambled for territory and power in the New World, and people on all sides paid the price for that ambition. The colonial race for North America was on, and it would continue through the next century with more wars, more settlements, and more consequences that would shape the continent forever. By the early 1700s, the 13 English colonies along the Atlantic coast had developed into distinct societies with their own personalities, economies, and problems, kind of like siblings in a dysfunctional family who all grew up in the same house but turned out completely different. Understanding these regional differences is crucial because they'll explain a lot about the tensions that eventually tear the colonies apart, both from Britain and from each other. Let's start with New England, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and eventually Maine. Though Maine was technically part of Massachusetts and wouldn't become its own state until 1820, presumably because it finally got tired of being bossed around by Boston. New England was rocky, cold, and completely unsuitable for large-scale agriculture, which was fine because the Puritans who dominated the region were more interested in religious devotion and commerce anyway. The growing season was short, the soil was thin and full of rocks. Seriously, New England has more rocks than seems geologically necessary, and winters were brutal enough to make you question all your life choices. But what New England lacked in farmland, it made up for in other resources. The forest provided timber for shipbuilding, the coast provided fish in abundance, and the natural harbours provided excellent ports for trade. New England became a maritime economy, building ships, catching cod, and trading basically everything with everyone. Boston, in particular, became a major commercial centre, its merchants growing wealthy through trade that often skirted British regulations. The Puritan work ethic, combined with limited agricultural opportunities, created a society focused on commerce, crafts, and small-scale farming. Towns were tightly organised around a common area and a church, because the Puritans liked to keep everyone where they could see them, presumably to ensure no one was having too much fun. Education was important in New England. They established Harvard College in 1636, just 16 years after the Pilgrims landed, because apparently nothing says, "We've established a successful colony," like creating a university before you figured out reliable food sources. The Puritans believed everyone should be able to read the Bible, which meant promoting literacy at levels unusual for the time. This wasn't entirely altruistic. They wanted people to read the Bible so they'd behave according to Puritan standards. But the result was a relatively educated population, which would have consequences later when that educated population started questioning British authority. The middle colonies, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, were the most diverse region, both ethnically and religiously. You had Dutch descendants in New York, Quakers in Pennsylvania, Swedish remnants in Delaware, and a mix of English, German, Scottish, and Irish immigrants throughout. Unlike New England's religious uniformity or the South's plantation economy, the middle colonies were a genuine melting pot, which sounds nice until you remember that melting pots require heat and pressure to work. The middle colonies had better farmland than New England, particularly for wheat and other grains, earning the region the nickname the breadbasket of the colonies. Not a particularly exciting nickname, but functional, which pretty much sums up the middle colony's whole vibe. Philadelphia, founded by William Penn in 1682, grew rapidly to become the largest city in the colonies by the 1750s. Penn's holy experiment of religious tolerance and fair dealing with Native Americans attracted settlers from various backgrounds who appreciated not being persecuted for their beliefs, which was refreshingly novel for the 17th century. The middle colonies also became centres of iron production and manufacturing. Deposits of iron ore combined with forests for fuel and waterfalls for power made the region ideal for early industry. This economic diversity would later make the middle colonies crucial during the Revolution, providing both agricultural supplies and manufactured goods. But we're getting ahead of ourselves again. The southern colonies, Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, developed an economy based on plantation agriculture and enslaved labour. The climate was warmer, the growing season longer, and the soil suitable for cash crops, particularly tobacco in Virginia and Maryland, rice and indigo in the Carolinas. This agricultural focus created a very different society from New England's towns and the middle colony's diversity. Southern society became increasingly hierarchical and rural. Wealthy planters owned large estates worked by enslaved people. Small farmers worked their own land with family labour, and maybe a few slaves if they could afford them. And at the bottom were enslaved Africans who owned nothing, not even themselves. There were fewer towns in the South. Plantations could trade directly from their own docks, so there was less need for commercial centres. The plantation system concentrated wealth and power in the hands of a relatively small number of families who formed a planter aristocracy that dominated Southern politics and society. Virginia's tobacco economy had essentially created an addiction-based economy, growing a product that addicted consumers in Europe, worked by people who were legally enslaved, owned by planters who were economically addicted to slave labour. It was exploitation all the way down. By the early 1700s, Virginia's planter class had established a society that mimicked English gentry, with grand houses, imported luxuries, and pretensions to aristocracy, all built on the labour of people they considered property. The cognitive dissonance required to talk about English liberty while owning human beings apparently didn't trouble them too much, or at least not enough to change anything. South Carolina developed an even more intensive slave economy based on rice cultivation. Growing rice required flooding fields, managing water levels, and working in hot, humid, mosquito-infested conditions that were genuinely deadly. Many enslaved Africans brought to South Carolina came from rice-growing regions of West Africa and knew more about rice cultivation than their enslavers did. This knowledge made them valuable, but didn't make their lives any less brutal. By 1720, South Carolina had a black majority. Enslaved Africans outnumbered white colonists, which created constant fear among white colonists of slave revolts. That fear was justified. In 1739, the Stono Rebellion saw about 20 enslaved people near Charleston seize weapons from a store, kill several white colonists, and march south toward Spanish Florida, which offered freedom to slaves who escaped from English colonies. The rebels attracted more followers as they went, reaching maybe 60 to 100 people before colonial militia caught up with them. The rebellion was crushed, its participants killed or executed, and South Carolina responded by passing even harsher slave codes restricting the movement, assembly, and education of enslaved people. This pattern, resistance, violent suppression, harsher laws, would repeat throughout the colonial period and beyond. Georgia, the last colony established, was founded in 1733 by James Oglethorpe, with genuinely idealistic goals, providing a refuge for debtors from English prisons, and creating a buffer between South Carolina and Spanish Florida. Initially, Georgia banned slavery and limited land ownership to prevent the plantation system from developing. This lasted about 20 years before economic reality, meaning wealthy colonists wanted to get rich like their South Carolina neighbours, led to slavery being legalized in 1751. So much for idealism trumping profit margins. Now let's talk about the economic system that tied all these colonies together and connected them to Europe, Africa, and the Caribbean, the triangular trade. Though calling it triangular makes it sound more geometric and orderly than it actually was. The basic pattern went like this. Ships from New England carried rum to West Africa, where it was traded for enslaved people. These people were transported across the Atlantic to the Caribbean or southern colonies in the Middle Passage. And we need to pause here because Middle Passage is one of those sanitized historical terms that obscures horror. The Middle Passage was a nightmare of human cruelty. Enslaved Africans were packed into ship holds in conditions that barely qualify as space for cargo, let alone human beings. They were chained, lying in their own waste, given minimal food and water, and subjected to disease, violence, and psychological torture. The mortality rate was around 15%, meaning about 1 in 7 people died during the voyage. Those who survived were sold into lifetime bondage. This wasn't an unfortunate side effect of trade. This was systematic, calculated brutality designed to terrorize and dehumanize people for profit. Ships' captains kept detailed records of their human cargo like they were transporting any other commodity, which tells you everything about how thoroughly the slave trade had corrupted moral sensibilities. Once in the Americas, ships loaded sugar, molasses, tobacco, or cotton, depending on the region, and carried these goods back to New England or England. The molasses was distilled into rum, starting the cycle again. At every stage, someone was making money. New England merchants and ship captains profited from the transportation, African coastal traders profited from selling captives, Caribbean and southern plantation owners profited from enslaved labour, and European consumers bought the products. The entire Atlantic economy of the 18th century was built on this system. But it wasn't just the triangular trade. Colonial trade networks were complex and often illegal according to British mercantilist policy. Merchants smuggled goods to avoid taxes, traded with French and Spanish colonies despite wars and prohibitions, and generally operated on the principle that profit trumped loyalty. Boston, New York, and Philadelphia became centres of this trade, their merchants growing wealthy and increasingly independent-minded. When Britain eventually tried to crack down on smuggling and enforce trade regulations, these merchants would become some of the loudest voices for independence. Nothing radicalizes a merchant like threatening his profit margin. The colonial economy also depended on land, which meant continuous expansion into indigenous territory. As colonial populations grew, both from natural increase and immigration, the demand for farmland increased. Colonial governments and individual colonists pushed westward, often ignoring treaties and indigenous land rights. This led to persistent conflict along the frontier, a series of skirmishes, raids, and wars that gradually pushed indigenous peoples further inland. King Philip's War, which we mentioned briefly before, deserves more attention because it was the bloodiest war in American history in proportion to population. In 1675, Metacom, called King Philip by the English, who was the sachem of the Wampanoag, launched a coordinated uprising involving multiple tribes across New England. This wasn't a spontaneous outbreak of violence. This was a calculated response to decades of English expansion, treaty violations, and increasing pressure on indigenous lands and sovereignty. The war was brutal on both sides. Indigenous warriors attacked English settlements, killing colonists and destroying towns. English forces and their Native American allies responded by burning indigenous villages and crops, executing prisoners, and selling captives into slavery in the Caribbean. The war lasted about a year and devastated New England. Roughly 5% of the English colonial population was killed, and a much higher percentage of indigenous peoples died. Entire native communities were destroyed, their survivors scattered or enslaved. Metacom was killed in August 1676. His body was quartered, and his head was displayed in Plymouth, the same town where his father Massasoit had helped the Pilgrims survive 55 years earlier. The symbolic message was clear. Resistance would be crushed, and indigenous peoples would be removed from lands that colonists wanted. King Philip's War essentially ended significant Native American power in southern New England and established patterns of frontier warfare that would continue for the next 2 centuries. But it didn't end conflicts between colonists and indigenous peoples. Those would continue as long as colonists wanted to expand westward, which was always. Meanwhile, something interesting was happening in colonial religion. By the 1730s, many colonists, particularly the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the original Puritan settlers, had become comfortably formal in their religious practice. Churches were established institutions, ministers were respected community leaders, and religion was more about social respectability than personal spiritual experience. Then came the Great Awakening, and everything got weird. Well, spiritually enthusiastic, but from a traditional Puritan perspective, definitely weird. The Great Awakening was a religious revival movement that swept through the colonies in the 1730s and 1740s, led by charismatic preachers who emphasized personal religious experience over institutional authority. George Whitefield, an English preacher with a phenomenal voice, no amplification remember, so lung power mattered, travelled through the colonies preaching to crowds of thousands. Jonathan Edwards, a Massachusetts minister, delivered sermons like Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, which painted such vivid pictures of hell that people reportedly fainted, wept, and screamed during services. This wasn't your grandparents' restrained Puritan service. This was emotional, dramatic, and intensely personal. The Great Awakening had several important effects. First, it divided churches between new lights, who embraced the revivals, and old lights, who thought this emotional enthusiasm was undignified and possibly heretical. This weakened the authority of established churches and created new denominations. Baptists, Methodists, and others grew rapidly during this period. Second, it democratized religion by emphasizing personal experience over clerical authority. If anyone could have a direct relationship with God through faith, then why did you need an educated minister telling you how to believe? This was spiritually liberating but also intellectually questionable, depending on your perspective. Third, and perhaps most importantly for our story, The Great Awakening created a sense of shared experience across colonial lines. Someone in Georgia and someone in Massachusetts might disagree about politics or economics, but if they'd both been converted during the Great Awakening, they shared a religious identity that transcended regional differences. This helped create an American identity separate from English identity, though nobody was thinking about independence yet. Still, the emphasis on questioning authority, the creation of intercolonial connections, and the idea that individuals could make their own decisions about important matters, these were all ideas that would have political implications later. The Great Awakening also affected education. New Light factions founded new colleges to train ministers in their tradition. Princeton, Brown, Rutgers, and Dartmouth all emerged from this period. This expanded educational opportunities and created competing intellectual centres, which meant more debate, more diverse ideas, and less control by any single religious establishment. Whether this was good or bad depends on your views about religious enthusiasm versus rational theology, but it definitely made colonial intellectual life more dynamic and contentious. By the mid-1700s, the 13 colonies had developed mature societies with established economies, growing populations, and distinct regional characters. They were still British colonies, still loyal to the Crown, mostly, and still operating within the British imperial system. But they were also developing their own interests, their own sense of identity, and their own ideas about governance. The stage was being set for conflict, though few people saw it coming yet. Colonial assemblies had gained significant power through their control of local budgets. Governors appointed by Britain could propose laws, but they couldn't force assemblies to fund them. This gave colonial representatives practical experience in self-governance and a sense that they had a right to control their own affairs. The pattern was established. British authorities would issue orders, colonial assemblies would find ways to resist or ignore them, and the home government would usually back down because enforcing compliance was expensive and difficult across 3,000 miles of ocean. The colonists were also becoming more American in subtle ways. They were developing their own accents, their own vocabulary, their own cultural practices distinct from England. Immigration from non-English regions, German, Scottish, Irish, was creating more ethnic diversity. The frontier experience, that constant pressure of expansion into indigenous lands, was creating a culture that valued self-reliance, practical skills, and, let's be honest, taking what you wanted without much concern for prior ownership. This wasn't necessarily noble, but it was distinctly American. But the colonies were also deeply divided. North and South had different economies and increasingly different values regarding slavery. Wealthy merchants and planters had different interests from small farmers and artisans. Coastal regions and frontier regions had different concerns. Religious divisions created competing visions of proper society. These divisions would complicate the path to independence and would haunt the nation long after independence was achieved. What held the colonies together, besides British rule, was their shared relationship to Europe, their shared experience of expansion, and increasingly, their shared conflicts with France. Because while the colonies were busy developing their own societies, they were also caught up in a series of imperial wars that would reshape North America and ultimately push the colonies toward independence. The 18th century was basically one long series of wars between European powers, and their colonies in North America kept getting dragged into these conflicts whether they wanted to or not. European kings would have a disagreement about succession rights or trade policy, declare war, and suddenly colonists in America were fighting their French or Spanish neighbours over issues that had nothing to do with them. It was the 18th century equivalent of being forced to participate in your parents' feud with the neighbours, except with more casualties and less possibility of just hiding in your room until it's over. Between 1689 and 1763, Britain and France fought 4 major wars: King William's War, Queen Anne's War, King George's War, and the French and Indian War. The first 3 were basically North American sideshows to European conflicts, fought sporadically along the frontier, accomplishing very little and generally annoying everyone involved. They followed a predictable pattern. War breaks out in Europe over something complicated, fighting spreads to colonies, neither side gains much advantage, peace treaty restores everything to status quo ante, everyone goes home exhausted, and 20 years later, they do it all again. It was like a subscription service for warfare that nobody wanted but couldn't cancel. King William's War, 1689 to 1697, was the American theatre of the War of the Grand Alliance in Europe. In North America, it mostly consisted of raids and counter-raids along the New England and New France border. English colonists and their Iroquois allies fought French colonists and their Native American allies. Villages were attacked, prisoners taken, and everyone suffered through what was essentially 8 years of frontier skirmishing that didn't resolve anything. The Treaty of Ryswick in 1697 returned all captured territory, meaning everyone had fought and died for absolutely nothing. Not exactly a great recruitment pitch. Queen Anne's War, 1702-1713, was the American side of the War of Spanish Succession. Again, fighting consisted mostly of frontier raids. The most significant event was a failed English assault on Quebec in 1711, where the invasion fleet got lost in the St. Lawrence River navigation was apparently not a strong suit, and several ships sank, killing hundreds of soldiers before the expedition even reached Quebec. The war ended with the Treaty of Utrecht, which gave Britain Hudson Bay, Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia. So at least this time someone got something, though whether it was worth 13 years of war is debatable. King George's War, 1744-1748, was the American version of the War of Austrian Succession. The pattern continued: raids, counter-raids, frontier violence, not much strategic progress. The most notable achievement was New England's capture of the French fortress at Louisbourg on Cape Breton Island in 1745. This fortress was supposed to be impregnable, but a force of New England militia under William Pepperell managed to besiege and capture it through a combination of luck, determination, and the French garrison running low on supplies. The colonists were justifiably proud of this achievement. Then the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748 gave Louisbourg back to France in exchange for British gains in India. The colonists were understandably furious. They'd fought and died to capture this fortress, and Britain had traded it away for territory on the other side of the world. This didn't exactly strengthen colonial loyalty to the crown. These 3 wars established several patterns. First, colonial militias could fight effectively, especially in frontier warfare where Native American tactics were more useful than European formation fighting. Second, Native American alliances were crucial. The side with more indigenous allies usually had the advantage. Third, these wars were expensive and disruptive but didn't resolve the fundamental conflict between French and British interests in North America. And fourth, colonists were beginning to develop their own military traditions and experience separate from Britain, which would matter later. The fourth and final war, the French and Indian War 1754-1763, was different. This one started in North America over colonial disputes, and then escalated into a global conflict called the 7 Years' War in Europe. This was the war that would determine control of North America, and it began, appropriately enough, with a young Virginia militia officer named George Washington screwing up spectacularly. The Ohio River Valley was contested territory in the early 1750s. Both French and British colonists claimed it, both wanted to expand into it, and both were ignoring the indigenous peoples who actually lived there and considered it their land. The French began building forts to secure their claims. Virginia's governor sent young Major Washington, he was 22 years old and probably looked even younger, which couldn't have helped his authority, to deliver a message telling the French to leave. They politely declined, because obviously a 22-year-old showing up with a letter wasn't going to change imperial policy. Washington returned the next year with a small military force to build a fort at the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers, present-day Pittsburgh, though it was considerably less urban then. He arrived to find the French had already built Fort Duquesne there, because apparently they didn't care about Virginia's claims. Washington retreated and built a hasty fortification called Fort Necessity, which was not a confidence-inspiring name. In May 1754, Washington and his men ambushed a French scouting party, killing 10 men including the French commander. This started a war. The French came after Washington with superior forces, besieged Fort Necessity, and forced Washington to surrender in July 1754. Washington signed surrender terms written in French, which he couldn't read well, that included an admission he'd assassinated the French officer. This was embarrassing on multiple levels, but Washington was released and went home to Virginia, where everyone decided to overlook the whole accidentally starting a war and then surrendering thing, and chalk it up to the impetuousness of youth. In fairness to Washington, he learned from the experience and would eventually become much better at warfare, but his first military campaign was definitely not his finest hour. But the war had started, and both Britain and France began sending regular army troops to North America to supplement colonial forces. The British sent Major General Edward Braddock with 2 regiments of regulars in 1755. Braddock was a professional soldier of the old school, which meant he believed in European-style warfare with neat lines, parade ground discipline, and following established military convention. Unfortunately, he was now fighting in American forests against an enemy that believed in ambushes, using cover, and generally not standing in neat lines waiting to be shot. In July 1755, Braddock led about 2,100 men toward Fort Duquesne. Washington, now serving as an aide to Braddock, warned him about the possibility of ambush. But Braddock dismissed colonial military advice because what could these colonials know about warfare that a proper British general didn't? As it turned out, quite a bit. French and Native American forces ambushed Braddock's column in dense forest. The British regulars, trained to fight in formation, tried to maintain their lines while their enemies fired from behind trees. It was a massacre. Braddock was killed, 2/3 of his officers were casualties, and only about half of his force made it back. Washington helped organize the retreat despite having 2 horses shot out from under him and several bullet holes in his coat. The defeat shocked the colonies and demonstrated that European military tactics didn't necessarily translate to American conditions. The war continued badly for the British through the mid-1750s. The French, despite having a much smaller colonial population, were winning because they had better Native American alliances, better knowledge of the terrain, and more flexible tactics. By 1757, Britain seemed to be losing the war for North America, which would have been embarrassing given that they had more colonies, more people, and more resources than New France. Then William Pitt became British Secretary of State in 1757 and completely changed the war strategy. Pitt believed North America was the key theatre and devoted enormous resources to winning there. He sent more troops, more supplies, and more competent commanders. He also reimbursed the colonies for military expenses, making colonial governments more willing to raise militia forces. This wasn't generosity, this was strategic calculation, but it worked. The tide turned. In 1758, British forces captured Louisbourg again, cutting off maritime access to the St. Lawrence. In 1759, General James Wolfe led an army up the St. Lawrence to Quebec. After months of frustrating attempts to attack the heavily fortified city, Wolfe found a path up the cliffs to the Plains of Abraham just outside Quebec's walls. On September 13, 1759, British forces fought French forces under the Marquis de Montcalm in a European-style battle that both commanders probably appreciated after all the frontier warfare. The British won. Both Wolfe and Montcalm were killed in the battle, dying in ways that let future artists paint dramatically noble death scenes, which is cold comfort but at least aesthetically pleasing. Quebec's fall was decisive. Montreal surrendered in 1760. By 1763, France had essentially lost all its North American territory. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 officially ended the war and redrew the map of North America dramatically. Britain gained all French territory east of the Mississippi River except New Orleans, which went to Spain along with French territory west of the Mississippi. Spain gave Florida to Britain in exchange for Cuba, which the British had captured. France kept only 2 small islands off Newfoundland for fishing bases. In less than a decade, France went from being a major North American power to essentially being eliminated from the continent. This was an enormous victory for Britain and its colonies. The French threat that had hung over the colonies for decades was gone. The Ohio Valley was now British territory, open for settlement. The colonies were safe from French and indigenous attacks, or so they thought, which turned out to be premature. And Britain had established itself as the dominant European power in North America. Everyone celebrated, bells rang, and colonists thanked God and King George III for deliverance from the French menace. But this victory contained the seeds of future problems, because wars are expensive and somebody had to pay for this one. The French and Indian War cost Britain an enormous amount of money, roughly $60 million, which doubled Britain's national debt. The war had been fought largely to defend the colonies, or so Parliament saw it, which meant the colonies should help pay for it. This seemed reasonable to British officials. The colonists had a different perspective. They'd fought in the war, provided militia forces, suffered frontier raids, and generally contributed significantly to victory. Why should they now pay more taxes for a war they'd already helped win? British officials also faced the problem of administering their new territory. The Ohio Valley and lands beyond were now British, but they were still inhabited by indigenous peoples who'd been allied with France and weren't thrilled about becoming British subjects. In 1763, an Ottawa leader named Pontiac organised a coalition of tribes in the Great Lakes region and launched a coordinated uprising against British forts and settlements. Pontiac's forces captured several forts and killed hundreds of settlers before British forces eventually suppressed the uprising through military action and, in at least one documented case, biological warfare. British officers distributed smallpox-infected blankets to indigenous populations, deliberately spreading disease. This was genocide by any reasonable definition, though it would take centuries for historians to use that term directly. Pontiac's rebellion convinced British officials that they needed to prevent colonial expansion into indigenous territory, at least temporarily, to avoid more expensive frontier wars. In October 1763, King George III issued the Proclamation of 1763, which drew a line along the Appalachian Mountains and forbade colonial settlement west of it. The land west of the line was reserved for indigenous peoples, at least in theory. This was intended as a temporary measure to stabilise the frontier and prevent conflicts. The colonists were furious. They'd just fought a war to gain access to western lands, and now Britain was telling them they couldn't settle there. Colonial land speculation companies, which included wealthy investors like George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, stood to lose enormous profits. Farmers wanted new land. The frontier beckoned, and being told no by a proclamation written in London by people who'd never seen the Appalachian Mountains struck colonists as high-handed and tyrannical. The colonists largely ignored the Proclamation of 1763. They crossed the mountains anyway, established settlements, and dared the British government to enforce the prohibition. This pattern, Britain issuing regulations, colonists ignoring them, Britain backing down, had been established over decades. But after the French and Indian War, Parliament decided it was time to assert control over the colonies and make them contribute to imperial expenses. Britain began enforcing the Navigation Acts, which restricted colonial trade and had been on the books for decades but rarely enforced. British customs officials cracked down on smuggling, which had been a way of life for colonial merchants. The Royal Navy patrolled colonial waters to catch smugglers. And worst of all, from the colonial perspective, Parliament began passing new taxes specifically targeting the colonies. The relationship between Britain and its American colonies was changing. For most of the colonial period, Britain had practiced what historians call salutary neglect, leaving the colonies largely alone to govern themselves as long as they remained profitable and nominally loyal. The colonies had grown used to this arrangement. They saw themselves as having the rights of Englishmen, including the right to representative government, and the principle that they couldn't be taxed without their consent through their elected representatives. But Parliament saw the colonies differently. To Parliament, the colonies were subordinate territories that existed for the benefit of Britain. They could be regulated, taxed, and controlled as Parliament saw fit. Parliament was sovereign, meaning its authority was absolute. The colonists had no representation in Parliament, but that didn't matter because Parliament represented the entire empire, not just people who voted for it. This was the theory of virtual representation, which made perfect sense to British officials and no sense whatsoever to colonists. These conflicting visions of the relationship between colonies and mother country had existed since the founding of the colonies, but as long as Britain didn't push the issue, they remained mostly theoretical. The French and Indian War changed that. Britain's victory eliminated the external threat that had made colonial British cooperation necessary. Britain's debt made colonial taxation a priority, and Britain's new territorial acquisitions required administration and expense that Parliament wanted the colonies to help fund. So in the aftermath of Britain's greatest triumph in North America, the conditions were created for its greatest disaster. The colonists had gained military experience and confidence from the war. They'd developed a sense of American identity separate from British identity. They'd established trade networks and economic interests that didn't always align with British policy. And they'd grown used to a high degree of autonomy that they weren't willing to surrender. Britain, meanwhile, emerged from the war with enormous debts, new territories to administer, and a determination to make the colonies more profitable and obedient. Parliament saw the colonies as subordinate territories to be governed. The colonists saw themselves as communities of Englishmen with rights that even Parliament couldn't violate. This fundamental disagreement about the nature of their relationship would soon explode into a crisis that would tear the empire apart. But nobody saw it coming in 1763. The colonists were celebrating victory over France, Britain was celebrating its expanded empire, and everyone assumed that the old relationship between colonies and crown would continue as it had for the past century and a half. They were wrong. The French and Indian War didn't secure British control of North America. It began the process that would lose it. Within 12 years, Britain and its colonies would be at war. Within 20 years, a new nation would declare its independence. And the map of North America would be redrawn again, this time not by European treaties but by colonial revolution. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and the drama was about to begin. So Britain won the French and Indian War, secured control of North America, and now faced the decidedly unglamorous task of paying for it all. The national debt had doubled, the empire had expanded dramatically, and someone in Parliament had the bright idea that maybe, just maybe, the colonies that had benefited from the war should help foot the bill. This seemed perfectly reasonable to British officials sitting in London. The colonists had a somewhat different perspective, which they were about to express loudly, repeatedly, and eventually with firearms. The first major attempt to tax the colonies came in 1764 with the Sugar Act, which actually lowered the tax on molasses but, and this was the important part, announced that Britain would actually enforce it this time. For decades, colonial merchants had been smuggling molasses from French Caribbean islands, avoiding British taxes, and basically treating trade regulations as friendly suggestions rather than actual laws. The British government had been largely fine with this because enforcement was expensive and difficult. But after the war, Parliament decided it was time to stop being so accommodating. The Sugar Act also did something more significant than adjusting molasses duties. It included provisions for prosecuting smugglers in vice-admiralty courts, rather than colonial courts with juries. This meant British officials could prosecute cases without worrying about colonial juries refusing to convict their neighbours. To colonial merchants, this looked like Britain was changing the rules of a game they'd been playing successfully for generations. They were not pleased, though not pleased understates it considerably. Think more along the lines of dramatically outraged with strongly worded pamphlets. But the Sugar Act was just a warm-up. In 1765, Parliament passed the Stamp Act, and this was a different beast entirely. The Stamp Act required that many printed materials in the colonies, legal documents, newspapers, playing cards, pamphlets, even dice, carry an embossed revenue stamp proving tax had been paid. This was a direct tax on the colonists, not a trade regulation. It affected almost everyone: lawyers, merchants, newspaper publishers, basically anyone who used paper for anything official. And it was designed specifically to raise revenue from the colonies, not to regulate trade. The colonists lost their collective minds. Not because the tax was particularly high, it wasn't, but because of the principle involved. The colonists believed they had the rights of Englishmen, which included the right not to be taxed without their consent through their elected representatives. Parliament countered with the theory of virtual representation, the idea that Parliament represented everyone in the empire whether they voted for it or not. This was the same logic by which most people in England couldn't vote but were supposedly represented in Parliament anyway. The colonists found this argument spectacularly unconvincing. No taxation without representation became the rallying cry, which was pithy, memorable, and glossed over the awkward fact that even if the colonists had been represented in Parliament, they would have been vastly outnumbered. But it didn't matter. The principle was the thing. If Parliament could tax them directly without their consent, what couldn't Parliament do? The colonists saw this as the first step toward tyranny, or at least toward paying more money, which from their perspective might as well have been the same thing. Colonial response was swift and remarkably well organised. Groups calling themselves Sons of Liberty formed in cities throughout the colonies. These were not exactly peaceful civic organisations. They specialised in intimidating stamp tax collectors through methods that range from public protest to hanging tax collectors in effigy to, occasionally, hanging tax collectors in actual danger. In Boston, a mob destroyed the home of Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson, throwing his furniture into the street and drinking his wine cellar dry, which at least showed a practical sense of priorities during violent political protest. The intimidation worked. Tax collectors throughout the colonies resigned their positions, often before actually starting the job, because apparently no one wanted to be the target of mob violence for the sake of collecting a few pennies per document. Without anyone willing to collect the tax, the Stamp Act became unenforceable. British authority was being openly defied, and there wasn't much the British government could do about it from 3,000 miles away without sending troops to occupy the colonies, which seemed like an overreaction to a tax dispute. Colonial assemblies also got in on the act. The Virginia House of Burgesses, led by Patrick Henry, a young lawyer with a talent for dramatic oratory, passed resolutions denying Parliament's right to tax the colonies. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly for this impertinence, they just moved to a tavern and kept meeting, because nothing says principled resistance quite like conducting government business while drinking. Other colonial assemblies followed Virginia's lead, passing their own resolutions against the Stamp Act. In October 1765, delegates from 9 colonies met in New York for the Stamp Act Congress, the first time the colonies had organised a unified response to British policy. This was significant. The colonies had never cooperated much before, being more likely to compete with each other than work together. But the Stamp Act gave them a common cause. The Congress produced a Declaration of Rights and Grievances that politely but firmly told Parliament that colonial taxation required colonial consent. They also organised a boycott of British goods, which hit British merchants where it hurt, their profits. The boycott was remarkably effective. British exports to the colonies dropped by about 14%, which might not sound dramatic until you remember that this represented millions of pounds in lost revenue for British merchants. These merchants began lobbying Parliament to repeal the Stamp Act, not because they cared about colonial rights, but because they cared about colonial money. In March 1766, Parliament repealed the Stamp Act. The colonists celebrated, rang bells, and generally acted like they'd won a great victory. They had, but there was a catch. On the same day Parliament repealed the Stamp Act, it passed the Declaratory Act, which stated that Parliament had the right to make laws binding the colonies in all cases whatsoever. This was Parliament's way of saying, fine, we'll repeal this particular tax, but don't think for a moment that we're admitting we don't have the authority to tax you. The colonists mostly ignored the Declaratory Act because it was theoretical rather than practical. This would turn out to be a mistake. Parliament was quite serious about its claims to absolute authority. The next attempt to tax the colonies came in 1767 with the Townshend Acts, named after Charles Townshend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who apparently hadn't learned anything from the Stamp Act disaster. The Townshend Acts placed duties on imported goods like glass, lead, paint, paper and tea. These were indirect taxes on trade goods rather than direct taxes on colonists, which Townshend thought would make them more palatable. He was wrong. The colonists saw through this distinction immediately. A tax was a tax, whether direct or indirect, and if it was imposed without colonial consent, it was unconstitutional. The fact that the revenue was explicitly going to pay the salaries of royal governors and judges made it worse. This would make colonial officials financially independent from colonial assemblies, removing one of the main sources of colonial leverage over royal authority. The colonists had controlled the purse strings, now Parliament wanted to cut those strings. Resistance to the Townshend Acts followed the same pattern as resistance to the Stamp Act. Boycotts, protests, and the Sons of Liberty making life difficult for anyone who tried to enforce the acts. Massachusetts was particularly vocal in its opposition. Samuel Adams, a Boston political organizer with a talent for rabble-rousing and propaganda, coordinated resistance efforts. John Dickinson, a Pennsylvania lawyer, wrote a series of essays called Letters from a Farmer in Pennsylvania, arguing eloquently against Parliament's right to tax the colonies. These essays were published throughout the colonies and became influential in shaping colonial opinion, proving that sometimes a well-written pamphlet could be as powerful as mob violence, though perhaps not as immediately satisfying. The British government, growing tired of colonial resistance, decided to make an example of Boston, which had been at the centre of opposition. In 1768, Britain sent troops to Boston to maintain order and protect customs officials. This was the first time British regular soldiers had been stationed in a major colonial city during peacetime, and the Bostonians were not happy about it. Having soldiers quartered in your city, occupying your public buildings, marching through your streets, basically treating the place like a military garrison, tends to breed resentment. Tensions between soldiers and civilians increased steadily. Off-duty soldiers competed with locals for jobs. Verbal confrontations escalated into physical fights. The situation was hostile, uncomfortable, and increasingly volatile. Something was going to break, it was just a matter of when. On March 5, 1770 it broke. A mob of Bostonians confronted British soldiers outside the customs house, throwing snowballs, ice, oyster shells, and insults. The crowd grew larger and angrier. Someone rang the church bells, which usually signalled fire, bringing more people into the streets. The soldiers, outnumbered and surrounded by a hostile crowd, were terrified. Someone, accounts differ on who, shouted, "Fire!" The soldiers shot into the crowd. When the smoke cleared, 5 civilians were dead or dying and 6 others were wounded. The incident became known as the Boston Massacre, though calling it a massacre was a bit of propaganda on the colonists' part. It was more of a deadly confrontation than a deliberate slaughter. Samuel Adams and other colonial leaders immediately used the incident to inflame anti-British sentiment. Paul Revere, a silversmith and engraver, created a famous illustration showing the soldiers firing into a peaceful crowd in an organised volley, which wasn't what happened but made for effective propaganda. The image spread throughout the colonies, and the massacre became a symbol of British tyranny and military oppression. The soldiers who fired were arrested and tried for murder, which puts us in the interesting position of noting that John Adams, Samuel Adams' more moderate cousin and future president, defended them in court. Adams believed in rule of law and fair trials, even for unpopular defendants, which was principled but probably didn't make him popular at Boston dinner parties. He successfully argued that the soldiers had acted in self-defense against a threatening mob. 6 soldiers were acquitted and 2 were convicted of manslaughter but given reduced sentences. This was justice, but it didn't change the propaganda value of the massacre for colonial resistance. The Boston Massacre convinced the British government that maybe stationing troops in Boston wasn't reducing tensions after all. They withdrew most of the soldiers to Castle William in the harbour. Meanwhile, Parliament, faced with another colonial boycott and pressure from British merchants, repealed most of the Townshend duties in 1770. They kept the tax on tea, though, both to raise revenue and to maintain the principle that Parliament had the right to tax the colonies. This would prove to be a spectacularly poor decision. For the next few years, things were relatively quiet. The colonists stopped boycotting British goods, except tea, which they refused to buy on principle, though smuggled Dutch tea was apparently fine. The British government stopped trying to pass new colonial taxes. It was a kind of uneasy peace where both sides pretended the fundamental disagreement about Parliament's authority didn't exist. This couldn't last forever, but it lasted for a while. Then, in 1773, Parliament passed the Tea Act and everything went to hell again. The Tea Act was actually designed to help the British East India Company, which had a surplus of tea and was facing bankruptcy. The Act allowed the company to sell tea directly to the colonies without paying certain duties, making their tea cheaper than smuggled Dutch tea. Parliament thought this was brilliant. The colonists would get cheap tea, the East India Company would be saved, and everyone wins. Unfortunately, Parliament had completely misunderstood the situation. The colonists didn't want cheap tea if it meant accepting Parliament's right to tax them. The principle mattered more than the price. Colonial merchants who'd been profitably smuggling Dutch tea were also upset because the East India Company's monopoly would destroy their business. So you had both principled opposition to taxation and self-interested opposition to commercial competition joining forces, which is a powerful combination. When ships carrying East India Company tea arrived in colonial ports in late 1773, resistance was immediate. In New York and Philadelphia, the ships were turned away before unloading. In Charleston, the tea was unloaded but stored in warehouses where it sat unsold. But in Boston, Governor Thomas Hutchinson, whose house had been destroyed during the Stamp Act crisis and who really should have known better, refused to let the ships leave without unloading their cargo. The law required that duties be paid within 20 days of arrival, and Hutchinson was determined to enforce it. This was legally correct but politically catastrophic. On December 16, 1773, somewhere between 100 and 150 colonists, some poorly disguised as Mohawk Indians, which was both politically calculated and culturally appropriative, boarded 3 ships in Boston Harbor and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. This took several hours, was remarkably well organized, and was done without violence or damage to the ships themselves. It was targeted property destruction, not random vandalism. The participants swept the decks afterward, because apparently revolutionary sabotage was no excuse for leaving a mess. The Boston Tea Party, as it came to be called, though the participants called it the destruction of the tea, which is more accurate if less catchy, was open defiance of British authority. It was also destruction of private property worth about $10,000, which was serious money. The colonists had been towing the line between protest and rebellion, and this stepped firmly over it. You can argue constitutional principles all you want, but dumping 45 tons of tea into the harbour was an act of rebellion. The British government's response was swift and harsh. Parliament passed a series of laws in 1774 that the colonists called the Intolerable Acts, though Parliament preferred coercive acts, which tells you something about perspective in political naming. The Boston Port Act closed Boston Harbor until the destroyed tea was paid for, which meant no trade, no ships, no commerce, economic strangulation of the city. The Massachusetts Government Act essentially revoked the colony's charter, giving the royal governor near dictatorial powers and restricting town meetings. The Administration of Justice Act allowed royal officials accused of crimes to be tried in Britain rather than in the colonies, which colonists called the Murder Act, because it seemed to give officials immunity for killing colonists. The Quartering Act required colonists to house British soldiers in their homes if necessary, which added insult to economic injury. Parliament also passed the Quebec Act in 1774, which wasn't directly related to the Tea Party, but colonists lumped it in with the Intolerable Acts anyway. The Quebec Act extended Quebec's boundaries south to the Ohio River, granting that territory to a colony with French civil law and official tolerance for Catholicism. This enraged colonial land speculators who wanted that territory, Protestant colonists who disliked Catholicism, and basically everyone who'd been hoping to expand westward. The fact that the Quebec Act was actually reasonable policy, the area was inhabited largely by French Catholics, didn't matter to colonists who saw it as punishment and obstruction. The Intolerable Acts were designed to isolate Massachusetts and make an example of it to discourage other colonies from similar resistance. This backfired spectacularly. Instead of isolating Massachusetts, the Acts united the colonies in opposition. If Parliament could do this to Massachusetts, it could do it to any colony. The Acts demonstrated that Parliament really did claim absolute authority over the colonies and was willing to use that authority punitively. The crisis had escalated from a dispute over taxes to a fundamental conflict over the nature of government authority. In September 1774, 12 colonies, Georgia didn't send delegates, being younger and more dependent on British military protection against indigenous peoples, sent representatives to Philadelphia for the First Continental Congress. This was extraordinary. The colonies had never cooperated systematically before. Now they were meeting to coordinate resistance to British policy. The Congress included radicals like Samuel Adams, who wanted aggressive resistance, moderates like John Dickinson, who still hoped for reconciliation, and conservatives who were deeply uncomfortable with the whole situation but couldn't see an alternative. The Congress did several significant things. First, it endorsed the Suffolk Resolves from Massachusetts, which declared the Intolerable Acts unconstitutional and urged colonists to form militias and prepare for possible military confrontation. This was tantamount to endorsing armed resistance. Second, it created the Continental Association, which organised a complete boycott of British goods and enforcement committees to ensure compliance. This was economic warfare and the most unified colonial action yet. Third, it drafted a petition to King George III explaining colonial grievances and requesting relief, still hoping the king would overrule Parliament and resolve the crisis. The Congress agreed to meet again in May 1775 if the crisis wasn't resolved. Then the delegates went home to their colonies to prepare for whatever came next. Some hoped for reconciliation. Some prepared for war. Most probably hoped desperately that something would resolve the situation without requiring them to choose between remaining loyal to Britain or engaging in outright rebellion. These moderate colonists, probably the majority, were about to be disappointed because events were moving faster than anyone could control. In Massachusetts, General Thomas Gage, the British military governor, watched the situation deteriorate. Colonial militias were training openly, stockpiling weapons and ammunition, and preparing for conflict. The Massachusetts Provincial Congress was functioning as an alternative government, completely ignoring royal authority. Gage had about 3,000 troops in Boston, which sounds like a lot until you remember he was trying to control an entire colony that was armed, angry, and increasingly well organised. He was sitting on a powder keg and everybody knew it. The only question was what would light the fuse. Gage received orders from London to take decisive action against the colonial rebels. He decided to seize military supplies that colonial militias had stockpiled in Concord, about 20 miles from Boston. On the night of April 18, 1775, he sent about 700 troops under Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith to march to Concord, secure the supplies, and return before the colonists could organise resistance. This would have been a reasonable plan except for two problems. First, Boston was being watched by numerous colonial observers who immediately noticed a large force of soldiers preparing to move, and second, the colonists had established a warning system to alert militias if British troops marched out. Paul Revere and William Dawes, Revere gets all the fame thanks to Longfellow's poem, but Dawes rode too and deserves credit, rode out from Boston to warn the countryside. Revere allegedly shouted, "The British are coming," though he probably said, "The regulars are coming out," because everyone in Massachusetts was British at this point, technically speaking. Church bells rang, signal guns fired, and militia companies throughout the area began assembling. The British force lost any chance of surprise within an hour of leaving Boston. At dawn on April 19, 1775, the British troops reached Lexington, a small town on the road to Concord. About 70 colonial militiamen under Captain John Parker had formed up on the town common. They weren't blocking the road. They were just standing there, armed, making a statement about colonial rights and British authority. This was a dangerous game. They were facing 700 professional soldiers. What happened next is disputed and probably always will be. Someone fired a shot, the shot heard around the world, as Emerson later called it, but nobody knows who fired first or whether it was accidental. Then both sides opened fire. The militiamen, vastly outnumbered, scattered. 8 were killed, 10 wounded. The British troops reformed and marched on to Concord, probably thinking this had been a minor skirmish. At Concord the situation was different. Hundreds of militiamen had assembled, and they were not intimidated by British regulars. British troops searched the town for military supplies, finding and destroying some, but most had been hidden or moved. When they attempted to cross the North Bridge on the edge of town, several hundred militiamen advanced toward them. The British fired warning shots. The militia returned fire, and this time they were in sufficient numbers to stand and fight. This was the first sustained exchange of fire where colonists faced British regulars and didn't scatter. Several British soldiers were killed, and the British companies at the bridge retreated back toward Concord. The British force began its march back to Boston, and this is where things got really bad for them. Militiamen from throughout the region had been arriving all morning, and now they began following the British column, firing from behind trees, stone walls, and buildings. This was frontier-style warfare, not European battlefield tactics, and the British troops were unprepared for it. They suffered casualties continuously, their formation began to break down, and the march became a running fight. The British probably would have been destroyed if not for reinforcements. About 1,000 additional troops under Earl Percy marched out from Boston and met the retreating column at Lexington. Percy's forces formed a defensive perimeter, allowed the exhausted troops to rest briefly, and then began a fighting withdrawal back to Boston. The militiamen continued harassing them all the way. By the time the British force reached the safety of Charlestown Peninsula near Boston, they'd suffered about 273 casualties, killed, wounded, or missing. The colonists had about 95 casualties. More importantly, the colonists had faced British regulars and won, or at least fought them to a standstill. News of Lexington and Concord spread rapidly throughout the colonies. This wasn't protest anymore, this was war. Militia forces from throughout New England converged on Boston, essentially besieging the British force there. The Continental Congress, which reconvened in May 1775 as planned, suddenly found itself coordinating a war effort rather than debating resistance strategies. They needed to create an army, appoint a commander, and figure out what exactly they were fighting for. Were they trying to force Britain to respect colonial rights, or were they fighting for independence? Most delegates still hoped for reconciliation in May 1775. They drafted the Olive Branch Petition, a final appeal to King George III to intervene and resolve the crisis peacefully. They professed loyalty to the Crown while protesting Parliament's actions. The petition reached London in August 1775. King George refused to even read it. Instead, he issued a proclamation declaring the colonies in open rebellion and authorizing military force to suppress it. The door to peaceful resolution slammed shut. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The shots at Lexington and Concord in April 1775 started the war. The question of what the war was for, restoration of colonial rights within the empire or complete independence, would take another year to resolve. Many colonists, probably most, still considered themselves loyal British subjects in April 1775. They were fighting against what they saw as parliamentary tyranny and ministerial corruption, not against Britain itself. The next year would radicalise colonial opinion as Britain's military response escalated, as fighting spread, and as the logic of events pushed colonists toward a conclusion many had avoided contemplating, that reconciliation was impossible, that independence was necessary, and that they were no longer British subjects resisting tyranny, but Americans fighting for their own nation. The Revolutionary War had begun, but the revolution in thinking, the psychological break with Britain, would take longer. The period from 1765 to 1795 transformed the relationship between Britain and its American colonies from a family dispute into irreconcilable conflict. It happened gradually, through a series of crises that each escalated tensions a bit more, until finally there was no way back. Parliament couldn't back down without appearing weak and losing authority over all its colonies. The colonists couldn't submit without surrendering rights they believed were fundamental and guaranteed by British constitutional tradition. Both sides believed they were defending legitimate authority and traditional rights. Both sides believed the other was the aggressor, and both sides failed to understand how the other saw the situation until it was too late to find a compromise. This is often how revolutions happen, not through long-planned conspiracies, but through escalating conflicts where each side's reasonable responses to the other's actions create an unstoppable momentum toward violence. The colonists in April 1775 didn't set out to create a new nation. They were trying to force Britain to respect their rights as British subjects. But once you start shooting at royal troops, once your king declares you rebels, once you're fighting a war against the government you've always considered legitimate, the logic of the situation pushes toward independence. You can't fight a limited war for political rights when the other side considers you traitors who need to be crushed. You can either submit or commit fully to resistance, and full resistance means independence. The American Revolution was born in this decade of crisis, not in a single moment of clarity but through hundreds of arguments, protests, riots, confrontations, and finally armed conflict. It emerged from principled opposition to taxation, from economic grievances, from political philosophy about rights and representation, and from the simple human tendency to resist being told what to do by distant authorities who don't understand your situation. It was idealistic and self-interested, principled and pragmatic, revolutionary and conservative all at once, fighting to preserve traditional British rights by breaking from Britain entirely. And it was just beginning. The shots at Lexington and Concord started a war that would last 8 years, cost tens of thousands of lives, split families and communities, and create a new nation. But that story belongs to the next chapter, when colonial resistance becomes revolutionary war, when reluctant rebels become American patriots, and when 13 British colonies become the United States of America. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. First came the war, and that war would test everything the colonists believed about themselves, their cause, and their capacity to actually win independence against the most powerful empire on earth. After Lexington and Concord, thousands of militia members from throughout New England converged on Boston, surrounding the British forces there in what became a siege, though calling it a siege makes it sound more organised than it actually was. It was more like an armed gathering of angry farmers and shopkeepers surrounding professional soldiers and hoping their enthusiasm would compensate for their lack of training, proper organisation, or a unified command structure. Spoiler alert, enthusiasm alone doesn't win wars, though it's a necessary starting point. The Second Continental Congress, meeting in Philadelphia in May 1775, faced the task of transforming this chaotic situation into something resembling an organised military campaign. They needed to create an army, appoint a commander, and somehow coordinate 13 colonies that had never cooperated systematically on anything and had very different ideas about how to proceed. Also, they needed to do all this while still officially claiming they weren't fighting for independence, but merely defending their rights as British subjects, which was becoming an increasingly difficult position to maintain while actively shooting at British soldiers. The Congress's most important decision was appointing George Washington as Commander-in-Chief of what they optimistically called the Continental Army. Washington had several things going for him: military experience from the French and Indian War, even if his first campaign had been a spectacular failure, physical presence that commanded respect, enough wealth to serve without pay, which was fortunate since Congress couldn't actually pay him anyway, and crucially, he was from Virginia. Most of the troops around Boston were from New England, and appointing a Southern commander helped make this a continental effort rather than just a New England rebellion. This was political calculation as much as military judgment, but it turned out to be an excellent choice, albeit not for reasons anyone could have predicted in 1775. Washington arrived in Cambridge in July 1775 to take command of the siege of Boston, and immediately confronted the reality of his situation, which was less encouraging than Congress might have hoped. He had somewhere between 14,000 and 16,000 men, depending on how you counted and whether you believed the inflated numbers from officers who wanted their units to look more impressive. But these weren't trained soldiers. They were militia members who'd brought their own weapons, elected their own officers, and had very strong opinions about taking orders from anyone. They also had a disturbing tendency to go home when their enlistments expired, or when they felt like planting crops, because apparently winning independence was important, but not as important as getting the harvest in. Washington spent the rest of 1775 trying to organise this armed mob into something resembling an army. He imposed discipline, standardised training, and attempted to instill some sense of military hierarchy in men who fundamentally believed they were as good as anyone else, and didn't see why they should follow orders from officers who put their pants on one leg at a time just like everyone else. This was both an admirable expression of democratic ideals and a complete nightmare from a military command perspective. Meanwhile, the war was spreading beyond Massachusetts. In May 1775, Ethan Allen and Benedict Arnold, remember Arnold's name because he'll be important later in ways nobody in 1775 would have predicted, captured Fort Ticonderoga in New York through the tactical brilliance of showing up early in the morning when the small British garrison was still sleeping and demanding surrender before anyone was awake enough to argue. This gave the Continental Army access to artillery, which would prove crucial for the siege of Boston. The Continental Congress also authorized an invasion of Canada in 1775, because apparently one war front wasn't enough. The logic was that capturing Canada would remove a British base of operations and maybe convince French Canadians to join the rebellion, since they had their own grievances against British rule. Two forces invaded, one under Richard Montgomery moving down Lake Champlain to Montreal, another under Benedict Arnold marching through the Maine wilderness to Quebec, in what became an epic story of wilderness survival, involving things like eating their leather shoes, which is not generally considered a sign that a military campaign is going well. Montgomery captured Montreal in November 1775, but the assault on Quebec City in December was a disaster. Montgomery was killed, Arnold was wounded, and the attack failed completely. The Americans maintained a loose siege through the winter, but when British reinforcements arrived in spring 1776, the invasion collapsed. The entire Canadian campaign achieved nothing except demonstrating that invading a foreign country with inadequate supplies, insufficient forces, and no clear strategic objective is rarely successful, a lesson that apparently needed to be learned through direct experience. Back in Boston, Washington faced a standoff. He had the city surrounded, but he didn't have the strength to attack fortified positions held by professional soldiers. The British held Boston but were essentially trapped there, supplied only by sea, unable to break out without massive casualties. Something had to break the stalemate. In March 1796 it did. Washington positioned the artillery captured from Fort Ticonderoga, which had been laboriously dragged across hundreds of miles of winter terrain in an impressive feat of logistics, on Dorchester Heights overlooking Boston. This made the British position untenable. They couldn't stay under those guns, and they couldn't capture the heights without enormous losses. General William Howe, who'd replaced Gage as British commander, decided discretion was the better part of valour and evacuated Boston in March 1776. He took his entire force, about 11,000 soldiers plus around 1,000 loyalist civilians, who understandably didn't want to be left behind when the Continental Army marched in, and sailed to Halifax to regroup. Washington had won the siege without fighting a major battle, which was probably the best possible outcome given the questionable quality of his army. The British abandonment of Boston was also symbolically significant. They'd lost their foothold in the city where the revolution started. But evacuating Boston didn't mean Britain was giving up. Quite the contrary, the government was preparing a major military effort to crush the rebellion. They were hiring German mercenaries, mostly from Hesse-Cassel, hence the name Hessians, to supplement British forces. They were assembling a fleet to land troops in New York, and they were planning to split the colonies along the Hudson River, isolating New England from the rest. The war was about to get much larger and more serious. Meanwhile, colonial opinion was shifting toward independence. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense, a pamphlet arguing for independence in language that ordinary people could understand. Paine didn't use philosophical abstractions or legal arguments. He wrote in straightforward prose that made the case for independence seem obvious and inevitable. The pamphlet sold approximately 500,000 copies in a few months, which in a population of about 2.5 million was roughly equivalent to a modern bestseller selling 60 million copies. Common Sense didn't create the movement for independence, but it crystallized and spread it, making it seem not only possible but necessary. The Continental Congress was moving toward independence, but slowly, because this was an enormous step that many delegates were reluctant to take. Independence meant all-out war with no possibility of reconciliation. It meant creating new governments to replace British authority. It meant potential retaliation against anyone who signed a Declaration of Independence. They would be traitors subject to execution if Britain won. This wasn't a decision to make lightly, though the longer the war continued, the harder it became to justify fighting for rights within an empire that considered you rebels. In June 1776, Virginia delegate Richard Henry Lee introduced a resolution that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. Congress debated the resolution and appointed a committee to draft a formal Declaration of Independence in case the resolution passed. The committee, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston, assigned the actual writing to Jefferson, who was known for his eloquent prose style and, crucially, was available because he wasn't serving on other committees at the moment. Jefferson drafted the Declaration of Independence over about 2 weeks in June 1776, working in rented rooms in Philadelphia. The document had several sections: a philosophical preamble about natural rights and government by consent, a long list of grievances against King George III, notably not Parliament, because they were framing this as the King's tyranny rather than a dispute with Parliament, and a formal Declaration of Independence. The preamble is the part everyone remembers. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This was revolutionary language, the idea that rights came from nature or God rather than from government, that governments existed to protect these rights, and that people could overthrow governments that violated them. These weren't particularly original ideas, they came from Enlightenment philosophy, particularly John Locke, but stating them as self-evident truths and using them to justify revolution was bold. It was also deeply hypocritical coming from a slaveholder like Jefferson, a contradiction that would haunt the United States for the next 2 centuries, but we'll address that more later. Congress debated and edited Jefferson's draft, removing about a quarter of it, including a passage condemning the slave trade, which Southern delegates refused to accept, and Northern delegates involved in the slave trade also found inconvenient. On July 2, 1776, Congress voted to approve Lee's resolution for independence. On July 4, 1776, they approved the final text of the Declaration. The date of approval, July 4th, became the official birthday of the United States, though independence was actually voted for on July 2nd, and most delegates didn't sign the document until August. But July 4th had better marketing potential, apparently. The Declaration of Independence didn't immediately change the military situation, but it changed the nature of the conflict. This was no longer a rebellion to restore colonial rights. This was a war for national independence. There would be no negotiated settlement that kept the colonies in the British Empire. The stakes were now winner-take-all. Either the United States would become independent or Britain would crush the rebellion and likely impose harsh punishment on its leaders. Everyone who signed the Declaration knew they were risking execution for treason. Benjamin Franklin allegedly quipped that they must all hang together, or they would surely hang separately, which is either inspirational or deeply dark humour depending on your perspective. The war itself was about to get worse before it got better, much worse. In summer 1776, General Howe returned with a massive British force, landing on Staten Island with about 32,000 troops, making this the largest expeditionary force Britain had ever assembled. Washington had about 19,000 men defending New York, but many were poorly trained militia, and the British forces included professional soldiers and the Hessian mercenaries. The numbers weren't overwhelming, but the quality difference was significant. The Battle of Long Island in August 1776 was a disaster for the Continental Army. Howe's forces outflanked and nearly surrounded Washington's army. Only a skillful nighttime evacuation across the East River, conducted in fog and darkness while the British somehow failed to notice, saved the Continental Army from destruction. This began a long retreat through New York and New Jersey that became increasingly desperate as British forces pursued and Continental Army forces deserted or went home when their enlistments expired. By December 1776, Washington's army was down to about 3,000 men, and those would mostly go home when their enlistments expired on December 31st. The British controlled New York City and most of New Jersey. The war looked lost. Many delegates to Congress were preparing to flee Philadelphia. Loyalists were emerging from hiding, expecting British victory. Thomas Paine, marching with the retreating army, wrote, "The American crisis beginning with the famous line, 'These are the times that try men's souls,' which was accurate if understated. These weren't just trying times, these were potentially the end times for American independence. Washington needed a victory to keep the army together and the cause alive. He decided on a desperate gamble, a surprise attack on the Hessian garrison at Trenton, New Jersey. On Christmas night 1776, Washington led about 2,400 men across the ice-choked Delaware River. The famous painting shows Washington standing in the boat, though he probably sat down because standing in a small boat, crossing an icy river in darkness seems unnecessarily risky. The crossing took longer than planned. The attack that was supposed to happen before dawn occurred in broad daylight, but they achieved complete surprise. The Hessians at Trenton, who'd been celebrating Christmas and probably dealing with hangovers, were completely unprepared. The battle lasted about an hour. The Continental Army captured nearly 1,000 prisoners and killed or wounded about 100 Hessians while suffering only 5 casualties, mostly from frostbite during the crossing, because winter in New Jersey is cold, a fact that apparently needed to be learned through experience. Washington recrossed the Delaware with his prisoners before British reinforcements could respond. The victory at Trenton wasn't strategically decisive, it was one garrison in one small town, but it was psychologically crucial. It proved the Continental Army could win. It gave the troops and the country hope that independence was still possible. It convinced many soldiers to re-enlist when their enlistments expired, and it embarrassed the British, who'd been confidently predicting that the rebellion would collapse within weeks. Washington followed up by attacking Princeton in early January 1777, achieving another victory. The British abandoned most of New Jersey and pulled back to New York. The New Jersey campaign transformed the war from what looked like a lost cause into an ongoing contest. The British still controlled New York and had superior forces, but they couldn't stamp out resistance. As long as the Continental Army existed, even reduced and battered, the war would continue. The British strategy for 1777 was to split the colonies by controlling the Hudson River corridor from New York to Canada. General John Burgoyne would lead an army south from Canada, Howe would move north from New York, and they would meet somewhere in the middle, cutting off New England from the rest of the states. This was a reasonable plan with one significant problem. It required coordination between forces hundreds of miles apart with no reliable communication, and it assumed everything would go according to plan, which is always a questionable assumption in warfare. Burgoyne started well enough, capturing Fort Ticonderoga in July 1777 and moving south. But his army was slowed by the wilderness, by the need to drag artillery through forests, and by American forces that cut down trees across roads, burned bridges, and generally made progress as difficult as possible. Meanwhile, Howe decided that instead of moving north to meet Burgoyne, he'd capture Philadelphia, the rebel capital, because apparently taking the city where Congress met seemed more important than following the strategic plan. Howe captured Philadelphia in September 1777 after defeating Washington at Brandywine Creek. Congress fled to York, Pennsylvania. The British occupied Philadelphia and settled in for a comfortable winter in the largest city in the colonies, with good accommodations, plenty of supplies, and satisfied certainty that capturing the rebel capital was a significant achievement. Benjamin Franklin, serving as a diplomat in France, reportedly quipped that Howe hadn't captured Philadelphia. Philadelphia had captured Howe. The British Army was sitting in a city while the Continental Army, and more importantly the Continental Congress and the Revolutionary Movement, continued functioning elsewhere. Meanwhile, Burgoyne was in serious trouble. His supply lines were stretched thin. His Native American allies had largely abandoned him after he refused to allow them to raid settlements. Turns out allies who are primarily interested in raiding settlements will leave if you don't let them raid settlements, and American forces were gathering around him in increasing numbers. In September and October 1777, at Saratoga, New York, American forces under Horatio Gates and Benedict Arnold fought 2 battles against Burgoyne's army and essentially destroyed it as an effective fighting force. Benedict Arnold was particularly heroic at Saratoga, leading attacks despite having no official command after arguing with Gates, and getting severely wounded in the leg during the fighting. He was a genuine war hero at this point, brave to the point of recklessness, and respected by his troops. Remember this, because his later betrayal was made more shocking by how much he'd sacrificed and achieved for the American cause. People don't usually betray causes they've fought and bled for, which makes Arnold's treason a few years later one of the more psychologically complex stories in American history. On October 17, 1777, Burgoyne surrendered his entire army, nearly 6,000 men at Saratoga. This was the Continental Army's greatest victory yet and had enormous consequences. A British army had been captured. The strategy to split the colonies had failed, and most importantly, the victory convinced France that the Americans might actually win. France had been watching the American Revolution with interest and considerable schadenfreude. Nothing pleases the French quite like watching the British have problems. France had been covertly sending supplies to the Americans since 1776, but they were reluctant to openly ally with the rebels unless there was a realistic chance of success. Backing a losing rebellion would just result in another expensive war with Britain with nothing to show for it. But Saratoga changed the calculation. The Americans had captured an entire British army. They were still fighting after 2 years. They might actually win, and if France allied with them, France could weaken Britain, possibly regain territory lost in the French and Indian War, and generally settle scores from decades of imperial competition. In February 1778, France and the United States signed a treaty of alliance. France recognized American independence, agreed to military cooperation, and committed to not making peace with Britain until American independence was secured. This transformed the war from a colonial rebellion into an international conflict. Britain now faced enemies on multiple fronts: American rebels, French forces in the Caribbean and potentially invading England, and eventually Spain and the Netherlands joining the war against Britain as well. The French alliance was the turning point of the war. Britain could probably have worn down the Continental Army eventually without French intervention, but now Britain had to defend its Caribbean possessions, worry about invasion at home, and fight a global war with stretched resources. For the Americans, French money, supplies, and eventually troops and naval power would prove crucial. The revolution couldn't have succeeded without France, which is an uncomfortable truth for American national mythology that prefers to emphasize self-reliance. But historical reality rarely conforms to preferred narratives. The winter of 1777-1778 at Valley Forge has become legendary in American history, and for good reason. It was genuinely terrible. Washington's army, about 12,000 men, camped in Pennsylvania about 20 miles from Philadelphia, where the British were enjoying comfortable quarters. The Continental soldiers built log huts, which sounds rustic and possibly charming until you remember these were hastily built shelters in winter, without adequate insulation, heat, or weatherproofing. Cold is one thing. Cold while poorly clothed, poorly fed, and watching your feet turn black from frostbite is significantly worse. Supply problems plagued the Continental Army throughout the war, but Valley Forge was particularly bad. Congress couldn't reliably fund the army, supply contractors were corrupt or incompetent, and transportation infrastructure barely existed. Soldiers went without shoes. There are accounts of bloody footprints in the snow from men marching barefoot. Food was scarce. The army was supposed to receive daily rations of meat and bread, but often got neither. Disease spread through crowded, unsanitary huts. About 2,000 men died at Valley Forge, not from battle but from cold, hunger, and disease. The question isn't why men deserted Valley Forge. The question is why anyone stayed. And yet most did. This is where Washington's leadership mattered most, not in brilliant tactical victories but in holding the army together through sheer force of will and shared suffering. He stayed with his troops, lived in only marginally better conditions, and maintained discipline and hope when both seemed pointless. The army that emerged from Valley Forge in spring 1778 was smaller but tougher, better trained. A Prussian officer named Baron von Steuben had spent the winter drilling the troops in European military tactics, and more committed. The men who survived Valley Forge had proven they could survive anything. The war continued for 3 more years after Valley Forge, but the pattern was set. The British controlled cities but couldn't control the countryside. The Continental Army avoided direct confrontations it couldn't win but maintained itself as a fighting force. Both sides raided each other's positions, fought inconclusive battles, and generally wore each other down. The British shifted their strategy to the south, believing there were more loyalists there who would support British forces. This was partially true, but it meant the war spread to a region where fighting became particularly brutal, with atrocities on both sides and a bitter civil war between loyalist and patriot militias. The British captured Savannah in 1778 and Charleston in 1780, achieving significant victories. At Charleston, they captured about 5,000 Continental soldiers, the worst American defeat of the war. The situation looked dire again, but British success in capturing cities didn't translate to controlling territory. As soon as British forces moved on, patriot militias retook control. The British found themselves holding a few coastal cities while the interior remained hostile. In October 1780, Patriot militia forces destroyed a loyalist force at Kings Mountain in South Carolina, killing or capturing the entire force without losing a single prisoner. In January 1781, Continental forces under Daniel Morgan won a tactical masterpiece at Cowpens, using a fake retreat to lure British forces into a trap and then destroying them. These victories showed that American forces could win even in the South, where the British had focused their efforts. General Nathaniel Greene, commanding Continental forces in the South, fought a campaign of strategic retreats and limited engagements that exhausted British forces under Lord Cornwallis. Greene lost most of the battles he fought but won the campaign by forcing Cornwallis to chase him across the Carolinas until the British army was depleted, exhausted, and far from support. Cornwallis, frustrated by his inability to bring Greene to decisive battle or to hold territory, decided to move to Virginia, where he expected to link up with British forces from New York and finally crush the Continental Army. This decision would prove fatal to British hopes. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, on the coast where he could be supplied and reinforced by the British Navy. But his position depended on British naval superiority, and in September 1781, a French fleet under Admiral de Grasse defeated the British Navy in the Battle of the Chesapeake, gaining temporary control of the waters around Yorktown. This trapped Cornwallis. He couldn't be supplied, he couldn't escape by sea, and Washington and the French General Rochambeau were marching south with a combined force of about 17,000 men. The siege of Yorktown lasted 3 weeks. American and French forces gradually tightened the noose, bringing up siege artillery and pounding British positions. Cornwallis tried to escape across the river but was stopped by a storm. On October 17, 1781, exactly 4 years after Burgoyne's surrender at Saratoga, Cornwallis asked for terms. On October 19th, the British army surrendered. About 8,000 British soldiers laid down their arms. The British band allegedly played "The World Turned Upside Down," which was appropriate because the British army had just surrendered to a force of colonials it had considered rabble. Yorktown didn't officially end the war. Fighting continued sporadically for another year, and peace negotiations took 2 years. But everyone knew Yorktown was decisive. Britain had lost another army, this time with French involvement making it clear that the war had become too expensive and difficult to win. The British government began peace negotiations, recognizing that continuing the war would cost more than simply accepting American independence. Peace negotiations were complex, involving not just the United States and Britain, but also France, Spain, and the Netherlands, all of whom had their own interests. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay conducted negotiations for the United States, and they proved to be skillful diplomats. They managed to secure British recognition of American independence, generous territorial boundaries extending to the Mississippi River, and fishing rights off Newfoundland. They also, somewhat deviously, negotiated separately with Britain rather than in full coordination with France, which violated the letter of the French alliance but got better terms for the United States. The Treaty of Paris was signed on September 3, 1783, officially ending the war. Britain recognized the independence of the United States, granted territory from the Atlantic to the Mississippi and from Canada to Florida, and agreed to withdraw all forces from American territory. The United States, in turn, agreed to allow British merchants to collect debts owed by Americans and recommended that states restore confiscated Loyalist property, recommendations that most states ignored, but it looked good on paper. The Revolutionary War had lasted 8 years, cost tens of thousands of lives, and devastated the American economy. No one knows exactly how many died. Records were incomplete, and many deaths from disease and privation weren't recorded as war casualties. Estimates range from 25,000 to 70,000 American deaths, with the higher numbers including disease and indirect casualties. Britain lost at least 10,000 soldiers in combat, with more dying from disease. Civilian casualties are impossible to calculate but were substantial, particularly in the South, where the war became a brutal civil conflict between patriots and loyalists. The war also displaced enormous numbers of people. About 60,000 to 100,000 loyalists left the United States during and after the war, moving to Canada, Britain, or British Caribbean colonies. These were people whose loyalty to Britain or fear of patriot retribution made it impossible to stay in the new nation. Their property was often confiscated, their homes occupied by others, and their departure represented a significant loss of population and wealth. The Revolution wasn't just a war against Britain, it was a civil war within American society, tearing apart communities and families. For enslaved people, the war created both opportunities and disappointments. Britain had promised freedom to slaves who joined British forces, and thousands did. Seeking liberty, the Revolution's rhetoric promised but didn't deliver to them. After Yorktown, the British evacuated about 3,000 formerly enslaved people to Nova Scotia, and eventually to Sierra Leone rather than returning them to slavery. But most enslaved people remained enslaved. The Revolution's ideals of liberty and equality applied to white men primarily, a contradiction that abolitionist activists would point out for decades, but that most white Americans were content to ignore as long as it was profitable to do so. The Treaty of Paris created the United States as a sovereign nation, but it didn't create a functioning government. That would take another few years and considerable political struggle. The Articles of Confederation, adopted during the war, created a weak central government that couldn't tax, couldn't regulate commerce, and couldn't enforce its decisions. The states retained most power, which seemed fine in theory but proved problematic in practice. The 1780s would be a period of economic difficulty, political instability, and growing recognition that the articles weren't working and something needed to change. But that's a story for the next chapter. For now, in 1783, the United States existed as an independent nation. It had won a war most observers thought it couldn't win, against the most powerful empire on earth, through a combination of persistence, French assistance, British strategic mistakes, and sheer stubborn refusal to surrender. The victory wasn't inevitable. There were numerous points where the revolution could have failed, where defeat seemed imminent, where one more loss might have ended everything. The war created the United States, but it didn't determine what kind of nation it would become. It established independence but not the structure of government. It declared that all men were created equal while maintaining slavery. It spoke of liberty while dispossessing indigenous peoples. These contradictions would shape American history for centuries. The revolution promised more than it delivered, but the promise itself, that people could govern themselves, that rights came from nature rather than tradition, that the future could be different from the past, was revolutionary enough to change the world, even if the reality fell short of the rhetoric. George Washington resigned his military commission in December 1783, an act that stunned European observers who expected him to seize power like any successful military commander would. Instead, he went home to Mount Vernon, establishing the precedent that military leaders serve under civilian authority and relinquish power when their service ends. This was genuinely remarkable for the time. Military coups were the normal outcome of successful revolutions. Washington's voluntary surrender of power did more to secure Republican government than any of his military victories. The United States in 1783 was independent, exhausted, and facing an uncertain future. The war had been won, but building a nation would prove just as difficult as winning independence. The next few decades would test whether the revolution's ideals could be translated into lasting political institutions, whether a republic could survive in a world of monarchies, and whether a nation founded on principles of liberty and equality could reconcile those principles with slavery and expansion. These were the questions the revolutionary generation would struggle with, not always successfully, as they tried to build a nation from the wreckage of war and the ideals that had inspired them to rebel in the first place. So the United States had won independence, which was the easy part, relatively speaking, considering it required 8 years of warfare. Now came the hard part, actually governing themselves. The colonies had spent decades complaining about British tyranny and fighting for the right to self-governance, and now they had that right. Turns out that complaining about government is considerably easier than actually running one, a lesson every generation has to learn for itself apparently. The Articles of Confederation, adopted in 1777 and finally ratified by all states in 1781, was the first attempt at creating a national government. The Articles reflected the revolutionaries' deep suspicion of centralized power. They just fought a war against what they saw as tyrannical central authority, so naturally they created a government with almost no central authority at all. This seemed logical at the time, which tells you something about how fear of tyranny can lead to overcorrection in the opposite direction. Under the Articles, the national government was essentially a congress where each state had one vote, regardless of size or population. There was no president, no national court system, and no real enforcement mechanism for anything Congress decided. Congress could declare war, make treaties, and manage relations with Native American tribes, all the external functions of government. But it couldn't tax, couldn't regulate interstate commerce, couldn't enforce its own laws, and couldn't even require states to contribute their assessed share of national expenses. States could, and did, simply ignore congressional requests for money. This was like trying to run a household where you can make plans and decisions but can't actually make anyone do anything or access any money. Not exactly a recipe for effective governance. The 1780s demonstrated the problems with this system through repeated crises that Congress was powerless to address. The national government was deeply in debt from the Revolutionary War. It owed money to foreign governments, to domestic creditors, and to soldiers who'd fought in the war. Congress couldn't pay these debts because it couldn't force states to contribute revenue. It tried issuing paper money called continental dollars, but without anything backing them, these became worthless, hence the phrase, "not worth a continental," meaning something is completely valueless. Inflation spiraled out of control, creditors refused continental currency, and the government's financial credibility evaporated. Trade between states became chaotic. States imposed tariffs on goods from other states, creating internal trade barriers that hurt commerce. Some states made trade agreements with foreign nations on their own, ignoring national foreign policy. There was no national currency that everyone accepted. States issued their own paper money, some of which held value and much of which didn't. Conducting business across state lines required navigating a maze of different regulations, currencies, and trade policies. It was economic chaos dressed up as state sovereignty. Foreign relations were a disaster. Britain refused to evacuate forts in the Northwest Territory despite the Treaty of Paris requiring it, and Congress couldn't force compliance. Spain closed the Mississippi River to American navigation, strangling Western commerce, and Congress couldn't negotiate effectively because everyone knew the national government lacked power to enforce any agreement. Pirates in the Mediterranean captured American ships and held sailors for ransom, and Congress couldn't raise money to pay the ransom or build a navy to stop the pirates. America was independent in name but looked weak and disorganized to the rest of the world. The weakness of the national government encouraged Western separatist movements. People in Kentucky, Tennessee, and Vermont, which wasn't yet a state, talked about splitting off and making their own arrangements, possibly even allying with Spain or Britain. When the national government can't protect your interests or even reliably exist, why stay loyal to it? The United States in the 1780s looked less like a nation and more like a temporary alliance that might dissolve at any moment. Then came Shays' Rebellion, and suddenly the problems with weak central government weren't just theoretical irritations but immediate threats. In western Massachusetts in 1786, farmers were facing economic disaster. The war had disrupted the economy. Many farmers were in debt and creditors were demanding payment. The state government, dominated by Eastern commercial interests, raised taxes to pay state war debts and insisted on hard currency payment, not paper money. Farmers who couldn't pay faced foreclosure and debtor's prison, which was the 18th century equivalent of kicking people while they're down. In August 1786, groups of farmers began disrupting court sessions to prevent foreclosures. By September, these disruptions had organized under Daniel Shays, a former Continental Army captain, and had become an armed rebellion. Hundreds of men, many of them veterans of the Revolutionary War, marched on courthouses and eventually threatened the federal arsenal at Springfield. They weren't trying to overthrow the government, they wanted debt relief and tax reform. But they were using armed force to resist legal authority, which looked uncomfortably like exactly the kind of chaos the revolution was supposed to prevent. The Massachusetts state government called out the militia, but found that many militiamen sympathized with the rebels. The national government under the Articles couldn't raise forces or provide assistance. Eventually the state hired a private army funded by Boston merchants, because nothing says legitimate government quite like having to hire private soldiers, and defeated the rebels in January 1787. Shays fled to Vermont. Most rebels were pardoned and the immediate crisis ended. But Shays' rebellion terrified the political and economic elite throughout the states. If armed rebellion could happen in Massachusetts, one of the most established and stable states, it could happen anywhere. The fact that the national government was powerless to respond was especially alarming. Property owners worried about mob rule, creditors worried about debtor rebellions, and political leaders worried that the United States might dissolve into anarchy or splinter into separate confederacies. Something had to change, and change meant strengthening the national government, which was exactly what the Articles of Confederation had been designed to prevent. In September 1786, before Shays' Rebellion had even been suppressed, delegates from several states met in Annapolis, Maryland, ostensibly to discuss interstate commerce. Only 5 states sent delegates, which wasn't enough to accomplish anything substantive. But Alexander Hamilton and James Madison, and remember these names because they'll be crucial to everything that follows, convinced the delegates to call for a broader convention to meet in Philadelphia in May 1787 to revise the Articles of Confederation. This was technically what Congress authorized, revising the Articles. But many delegates had more radical changes in mind. When the Constitutional Convention met in Philadelphia in May 1787, 55 delegates from 12 states, Rhode Island refused to send delegates, being suspicious of the whole enterprise, gathered ostensibly to fix the Articles. Instead, they threw them out entirely and wrote a completely new constitution, creating a much stronger national government. This was legally questionable at best, a bit like being asked to repair a car and coming back with a completely different vehicle, but they went ahead and did it anyway. The delegates were not representative of the general population. They were wealthy, educated men. About half were lawyers, many were large landowners, several owned slaves, and all were property owners. There were no women, no Native Americans, no free black people, and obviously no enslaved people. This was government by elite consensus, not popular democracy. But within that elite there was genuine debate about the structure and powers of government, and these debates shaped a document that, whatever its limitations and compromises, proved remarkably durable. The convention elected George Washington as presiding officer, which gave it immediate legitimacy. Washington's presence suggested this was serious business. The delegates agreed to keep their proceedings secret so they could debate freely without outside pressure, which was practically wise but undermined the transparency they claimed to value. For nearly 4 months, they argued about every aspect of the new government in what became a masterclass in political compromise and philosophical debate. The first major conflict was between large and small states over representation. Large states wanted representation based on population, more people, more votes, which would give them more power. Small states wanted equal representation for each state, preserving their influence. This wasn't just abstract principle, this was about power and which states would dominate the new government. The Virginia Plan, presented by Edmund Randolph but largely written by James Madison, proposed a bicameral legislature with both houses based on population, a national executive, and a national judiciary. This would have created a strong national government dominated by large states. Small states responded with the New Jersey Plan, which kept a unicameral legislature with equal representation for each state, closer to the Articles of Confederation. These positions seemed irreconcilable. Either large states would dominate or small states would have disproportionate power. The Great Compromise, proposed by Connecticut's Roger Sherman, solved this by giving each side part of what they wanted. The House of Representatives would be based on population, satisfying large states. The Senate would have equal representation, 2 senators per state regardless of size, satisfying small states. Neither side got everything, but both got enough to accept the compromise. This was the kind of political horse trading that sounds cynical, but actually makes government possible. Pure principle is great in theory, but governance requires accommodation and compromise, even if that means nobody gets exactly what they want. The next major conflict was over slavery, and this one was uglier because it involved fundamental moral questions that couldn't be finessed through clever institutional design. Southern states wanted enslaved people counted for purposes of representation. More people meant more House seats, but didn't want them counted for taxation. Northern states, where slavery was being gradually abolished, thought this was hypocritical at best. You can't claim enslaved people are property without rights, and then count them for political representation. Well, you can, but it requires some impressive mental gymnastics. The 3/5 compromise resolved this by counting enslaved people as 3/5 of a person for both representation and taxation purposes. This was mathematical convenience dressed up as constitutional principle, and it was morally indefensible. Enslaved people weren't 3/5 human. They were fully human, but completely denied rights. The compromise gave southern states increased political power based on their enslaved populations, while those enslaved people had no vote, no representation, and no rights. It was one of the Constitution's original sins, embedding slavery into the nation's fundamental law. The Convention also included other protections for slavery. The Constitution prohibited Congress from banning the international slave trade until 1808, giving the institution 20 more years of importing enslaved people from Africa. It included a fugitive slave clause requiring states to return escaped slaves to their owners, making free states complicit in maintaining slavery. And it carefully avoided using the word slavery anywhere in the document, using euphemisms like persons held to service or labour, because apparently acknowledging what they were protecting was too uncomfortable even for people comfortable with slavery itself. The convention created a presidency with substantial powers, commander-in-chief of the military, power to make treaties with Senate consent, power to appoint federal officials and judges, power to veto legislation subject to congressional override. This was a much stronger executive than anything in the Articles, and it made some delegates nervous. They'd just fought a war against monarchical power, and now they were creating an executive that looked suspiciously similar to a king, just without the hereditary succession and fancy title. The delegates tried to limit presidential power through checks and balances. Congress could override vetoes, impeach and remove the president, and controlled funding for executive actions. The judiciary could rule executive actions unconstitutional, and the president would be elected for limited terms, 4 years, with the possibility of re-election rather than serving for life. But the presidency was still powerful enough that everyone assumed George Washington would be the first president, and Washington's character and restraint were the best guarantee that the office wouldn't become tyrannical. This was founding a government on the assumption that the first occupant of the most powerful office would voluntarily limit his own power, which was optimistic but turned out to be correct. The federal judiciary was left relatively undefined. The Constitution created a Supreme Court but left the details of the court system to Congress. It gave federal courts jurisdiction over certain types of cases but didn't explicitly grant judicial review, the power to declare laws unconstitutional. That power would be claimed by the Supreme Court itself in 1803, in a decision that expanded federal judicial power beyond what the Constitution clearly stated. But in 1787, the judiciary was the least developed branch, almost an afterthought compared to the detailed provisions for Congress and the presidency. The Constitution established federalism, a division of power between national and state governments. The national government had enumerated powers specifically listed in the Constitution: taxation, regulation of interstate commerce, foreign relations, military affairs. Powers not granted to the national government were reserved to the states. This was supposed to preserve state sovereignty while creating a functional national government, though the boundary between federal and state power would be contested for the next 2 centuries and counting. By September 1787, the delegates had hammered out a document that nobody loved entirely but most could accept. 39 of the 55 delegates signed the Constitution on September 17, 1787. Some refused to sign, George Mason and Edmund Randolph of Virginia, and Elbridge Gerry of Massachusetts, among others, because they thought the Constitution gave too much power to the central government and didn't include a Bill of Rights. But most delegates signed, and the Constitution was sent to the states for ratification. Here's where it got interesting. The Constitution specified that it would take effect when ratified by 9 of the 13 states, and ratification would be through special state conventions elected for that purpose, not through state legislatures. This was legally dubious. The Articles of Confederation required unanimous consent for amendments, and this was replacing the Articles entirely, not amending them. But the framers knew they'd never get unanimous consent, so they changed the rules. This was either pragmatic flexibility or constitutional coup, depending on your perspective. The ratification debate split into Federalists who supported the Constitution and Anti-Federalists who opposed it. These weren't organised political parties, those would develop later, but loose coalitions united by their positions on the Constitution. The Federalists included Hamilton, Madison and John Jay, who wrote a series of 85 essays collectively called The Federalist Papers Defending the Constitution. These essays, published in New York newspapers under the pseudonym Publius, became the most important commentary on the Constitution and are still cited in constitutional interpretation today. The Federalist Papers made sophisticated arguments for the Constitution, that Republican government could work over a large territory, that separation of powers would prevent tyranny, that a strong union was necessary for security and prosperity. Federalist No. 10, written by Madison, argued that a large republic would actually protect against tyranny better than small states, because factions would be too numerous and diverse to form oppressive majorities. This was counterintuitive. Conventional wisdom said republics only worked in small territories, but Madison argued that size and diversity were features, not bugs. The Anti-Federalists didn't have a unified spokesman or text equivalent to the Federalist Papers, but they made serious arguments against the Constitution. They worried about consolidating power in a distant national government. They thought the presidency was too powerful and would become monarchical. They noted the lack of a Bill of Rights protecting individual liberties, and they argued that the Constitution was fundamentally aristocratic, designed by and for wealthy elites who didn't trust ordinary people with power. Patrick Henry, who'd famously declared "give me liberty or give me death" during the Revolution, spoke powerfully against ratification in Virginia, warning that the Constitution threatened the liberties they'd fought for. The Anti-Federalist concerns weren't unreasonable. They correctly identified many of the Constitution's weaknesses and potential problems. But they lost the debate, partly because the Federalists were better organised, and partly because the problems with the Articles of Confederation were undeniable, and the Constitution, whatever its flaws, was at least a functioning alternative. Ratification proceeded state by state through 1787 and 1788. Delaware ratified first in December 1787, unanimously, because small states liked their equal representation in the Senate. Pennsylvania ratified quickly after contentious debate. New Jersey, Georgia, and Connecticut followed. Massachusetts ratified in February 1788, but only after Federalists promised to add a Bill of Rights through amendments, establishing a precedent that would eventually secure ratification everywhere. Maryland and South Carolina ratified in spring 1788. New Hampshire became the 9th state to ratify in June 1788, technically putting the Constitution into effect. But everyone knew the Constitution wouldn't really work without Virginia and New York, the two largest and most important states besides Pennsylvania, which had already ratified. Virginia ratified in June 1788 after intense debate and only by a vote of 89-79. New York ratified in July 1788 by an even narrower margin of 30-27, again with the understanding that a Bill of Rights would be added. North Carolina initially rejected the Constitution and didn't ratify until November 1789, after the new government was already functioning. Rhode Island, which hadn't even sent delegates to the Constitutional Convention, held out until May 1790 and ratified by the narrowest margin of all, 34-32, only after being threatened with being treated as a foreign country by the other states. Apparently, the prospect of having tariffs imposed on your goods is persuasive even for stubborn Rhode Islanders. The first Congress under the Constitution met in New York in March 1789. The Electoral College had unanimously elected George Washington as president. He received all 69 electoral votes, the only president ever elected unanimously. John Adams received the second most votes and became vice president, a position he would later describe as the most insignificant office that ever the invention of man contrived. Which is harsh, but Adams was never known for tact. Washington's inauguration on April 30, 1789, established the presidency as a real office rather than a theoretical construct. Everything Washington did set precedents because nobody had done it before. How formal should the president be? What should he be called? How should he interact with Congress? Should he socialize with citizens or maintain distance? These weren't just questions of etiquette, they were fundamental questions about the nature of Republican government. Washington tried to strike a balance between dignity and accessibility. He rejected proposals to call him His High Mightiness or His Elective Majesty, settling on the simple Mr. President, which sounded democratic without being overly familiar. He held formal receptions but also maintained some distance from common citizens. He established the principle that the president should lead but not dominate, exercise power but with restraint, and respect congressional authority even when disagreeing with Congress. Washington's cabinet, his team of department heads, became an important advisory body even though the Constitution barely mentioned it. He appointed Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, Henry Knox as Secretary of War, and Edmund Randolph as Attorney General. This was partly to have expert advisors and partly political calculation. Jefferson represented Southern agricultural interests, Hamilton represented Northern commercial interests, and having both in the cabinet balanced competing factions. The conflict between Jefferson and Hamilton would define early American politics. They disagreed about almost everything: economic policy, foreign relations, the proper scope of federal power, the nature of Republican government, and the future direction of the country. Hamilton wanted a strong central government, a commercial economy based on manufacturing and trade, a national bank and close ties with Britain. Jefferson wanted limited federal power, an agricultural economy of independent farmers, strict interpretation of the Constitution, and sympathy for revolutionary France. Their conflicts played out in cabinet meetings, in newspapers through anonymous essays attacking each other, and eventually in the formation of political parties despite everyone claiming parties were dangerous to Republican government. Hamilton's supporters became Federalists, confusingly using the same name as the supporters of the Constitution, because apparently coming up with new names was too much trouble. Jefferson's supporters became Democratic Republicans, or Republicans for short, not to be confused with the modern Republican Party, which wouldn't exist for another 60 years. American political nomenclature has never been particularly clear. One of Washington's first priorities was adding a Bill of Rights to the Constitution, as promised during ratification. James Madison, elected to the House of Representatives, proposed 12 amendments in June 1789. Congress approved them in September, and by December 1791, 10 had been ratified by the states. These became the Bill of Rights. They protected freedom of religion, speech, press, and assembly, the right to bear arms, protection against unreasonable search and seizure, rights of the accused in criminal proceedings, and reserved powers to states and people. These amendments addressed anti-federalist concerns and established fundamental protections for individual liberty that have shaped American law ever since. Hamilton's financial program dominated domestic policy in Washington's first term. The government had inherited massive debts from the Revolution, both national debt owed by Congress and state debts from the war. Hamilton proposed that the federal government assume all state debts and pay them at face value, establishing national credit and binding creditors to the success of the new government. This was controversial because many states had already paid their debts and didn't want to be taxed to pay other states' debts. It also benefited speculators who'd bought up debt certificates cheaply and would now be paid full value. Jefferson and Madison opposed the plan as unfair and as an unconstitutional expansion of federal power. The issue deadlocked Congress until Hamilton made a deal. Jefferson and Madison would support debt assumption, and in exchange the national capital would move to a site on the Potomac River between Maryland and Virginia in the South. This compromise, negotiated over dinner, showed how personal relationships and backroom deals could resolve political impasses. It also established Washington, D.C. as the national capital, though the government wouldn't actually move there until 1800. Hamilton also proposed creating a national bank chartered by the federal government to manage government finances, provide stable currency, and facilitate commerce. Jefferson argued this was unconstitutional. The Constitution didn't grant Congress power to create a bank. Hamilton argued that the Constitution granted Congress implied powers beyond those explicitly listed, as long as they were necessary and proper to carry out enumerated powers. This was the first major debate over constitutional interpretation, strict construction versus loose construction, and it's continued ever since. Washington sided with Hamilton, and Congress chartered the first Bank of the United States in 1791. This established the principle of implied powers and broad interpretation of federal authority, which would expand federal power far beyond what many framers intended. It also demonstrated that the Constitution's meaning wasn't fixed and clear, but subject to interpretation and political struggle. Foreign policy created more divisions. When revolutionary France went to war with Britain in 1793, Americans were split. Jefferson and his supporters sympathized with France. They'd helped America win independence, and their revolution seemed inspired by American ideals. Hamilton and his supporters distrusted French radicalism, valued trade with Britain, and feared that supporting France would drag America into war. Washington issued a proclamation of neutrality in 1793, asserting that the United States would remain neutral in European wars. This angered Francophiles who thought America owed France support, but established the principle that America's interests, not ideological sympathy, should guide foreign policy. The Jay Treaty with Britain in 1794 created a huge controversy. John Jay negotiated a treaty that resolved some outstanding issues from the Revolutionary War. Britain agreed to evacuate forts in the northwest, and both countries granted most favoured nation trading status. But the treaty didn't address impressment of American sailors or British interference with American trade with France. Jeffersonians denounced it as surrender to Britain and betrayal of France. Hamilton defended it as preserving peace and promoting commerce. The Senate ratified the treaty by exactly the minimum two-thirds majority, and Washington signed it despite serious reservations. The Jay Treaty demonstrated the partisan division that was emerging. Washington's farewell address in 1796, when he announced he wouldn't seek a third term, warned against the baneful effects of the spirit of party. But political parties were already forming, and Washington's retirement removed the one figure who transcended partisan divisions. The election of 1796 would be the first truly contested presidential election, with John Adams defeating Thomas Jefferson by a narrow margin. The peaceful transfer of power from Washington to Adams established another crucial precedent, that presidents would voluntarily leave office after serving their terms, maintaining the Republican character of the government. Washington's presidency established patterns that shaped American government permanently. The precedent of a strong but constrained executive, the development of the cabinet, the principle of judicial review developing through early Supreme Court cases, the creation of political parties despite everyone claiming to oppose them, all of these emerged during the 1790s. The Constitution provided a framework, but it was vague enough that its meaning had to be worked out through practice, debate, and political conflict. The constitutional era transformed the United States from a loose confederation of states into a functioning federal republic with a real government capable of exercising power. It didn't resolve fundamental conflicts. The debate over federal versus state power would continue through the Civil War and beyond. The contradiction of slavery in a nation dedicated to liberty would require a war to resolve, and the question of who counted as part of we the people would be contested for centuries. But it created institutions that proved durable and flexible enough to survive those conflicts. The Constitution of 1787 wasn't inevitable. It emerged from specific historical circumstances, political compromises, and decisions that could have gone differently. It wasn't perfect. It embedded slavery, limited democracy, and created a government that was elitist by modern standards. But it established a framework that allowed for change and expansion of rights over time, even if that change came more slowly than justice demanded. The constitutional system created in the 1780s and 1790s, for all its flaws and compromises, proved capable of holding together a diverse and expanding nation through crisis after crisis, adapting to circumstances the framers never imagined while maintaining basic principles they established. That's a remarkable achievement, even if it came with costs and contradictions that Americans are still working through today. The early 19th century saw the United States transform from a coastal nation hugging the Atlantic to a continental power stretching from ocean to ocean. This expansion was justified by an ideology called manifest destiny, the belief that America was destined, by God or fate or simple inevitability, to spread across the continent. This was a convenient philosophy if you were American and looking to acquire land, considerably less convenient if you were indigenous peoples, Mexicans, or anyone else who happened to be living on land that Americans decided was manifestly destined to be theirs. The first major expansion came almost by accident, or at least it was so unexpectedly easy that it felt like luck rather than planning. In 1803, President Thomas Jefferson, who'd spent years arguing for strict interpretation of the Constitution and limited federal power, had the opportunity to purchase the Louisiana Territory from France. This required him to completely abandon his constitutional principles, which he did with remarkable speed because apparently principle is flexible when the alternative is doubling the size of your country. Here's how it happened. France, under Napoleon Bonaparte, had acquired Louisiana from Spain in 1800 with plans to rebuild a French empire in North America. This worried Jefferson, having a powerful European nation controlling the Mississippi River, and the port of New Orleans threatened American Western commerce. Jefferson authorized his diplomats to negotiate purchasing New Orleans and maybe some territory along the Gulf Coast for up to $10 million. This was already a significant sum, but controlling New Orleans was crucial for American farmers who shipped their goods down the Mississippi. The diplomats arrived in Paris to begin negotiations and discovered that Napoleon had completely changed his mind about the whole empire in America thing. His Caribbean colony of Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, had successfully revolted against French rule, led by formerly enslaved people who'd defeated French armies and established the First Black Republic. Without Haiti as a base, maintaining Louisiana was expensive and difficult. Plus, Napoleon was preparing for renewed war with Britain and needed money more than distant territory. So when the American diplomats asked to buy New Orleans, Napoleon's minister asked if they'd like to buy the entire Louisiana territory instead. The Americans were shocked. This was roughly 828,000 square miles, doubling the size of the United States for $15 million. That worked out to about 3 cents per acre, which was a better real estate deal than anyone had a right to expect. The diplomats immediately agreed, exceeding their instructions and their authorized spending by a ridiculous amount, but recognizing that opportunities like this don't come along often. When news reached Jefferson, he faced a dilemma. The Constitution didn't explicitly grant the President or Congress power to purchase territory. Jefferson, Mr. Strict Construction himself had to either abandon the purchase or admit that the Constitution could be interpreted loosely when convenient. He chose the land, naturally. Jefferson rationalized that the treaty-making power included the power to acquire territory, which was the kind of constitutional gymnastics he'd spent years criticizing Hamilton for doing. But Jefferson understood that principles are important right up until you have the chance to double your country's size for pennies per acre, at which point pragmatism becomes the better part of ideological consistency. Congress approved the purchase in late 1803, and the United States suddenly owned territory extending from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. There was one small problem. Nobody really knew what they'd just bought. The territory was vaguely defined, poorly mapped, and mostly unknown to Americans. So Jefferson commissioned an expedition to explore the Louisiana Territory, map it, establish relations with indigenous peoples, and find out if there was a practical water route to the Pacific. He chose his personal secretary, Meriwether Lewis, to lead the expedition, and Lewis recruited William Clark, a former military officer, to co-command. The two men assembled a group of about 45 men called the Corps of Discovery and set out from St. Louis in May 1804. The Lewis and Clark expedition became one of the most celebrated exploration journeys in American history, partly because it succeeded, and partly because Lewis kept detailed journals that read like adventure novels. The expedition travelled up the Missouri River, crossed the Rocky Mountains, which turned out to be considerably more difficult than Jefferson had optimistically predicted, and reached the Pacific Ocean in November 1805. They spent a miserable winter on the Oregon coast, where it rained constantly and everyone was cold, wet, and sick of salmon, proving that even great adventures involve a lot of uncomfortable reality. The expedition succeeded largely due to help from indigenous peoples along the route. A Shoshone woman named Sacagawea, travelling with her French-Canadian husband Toussaint Charbonneau, served as interpreter and guide. Her presence, travelling with an infant son, signalled to tribes they encountered that this wasn't a war party, making peaceful contact more likely. The Corps also benefited from extensive assistance from various tribes who provided food, horses, directions, and information about the territory. The expedition returned to St. Louis in September 1806, having travelled about 8,000 miles, mapped vast territories, documented hundreds of plant and animal species, and proven that while there wasn't a convenient water route to the Pacific, the continent could be crossed. What Lewis and Clark's expedition really accomplished was making Western expansion seem feasible and desirable. Their reports described fertile land, abundant resources, and opportunities for trade and settlement. This fed American appetite for westward expansion, though it conveniently downplayed the fact that these territories were already inhabited by indigenous peoples who might have opinions about American settlement. This pattern, exploring territory, describing it as empty or underutilized, and then moving in to claim it, would repeat throughout the 19th century. But before America could fully focus on westward expansion, it had to deal with renewed conflict with Britain. The War of 1812 was one of those wars that seems unnecessary in retrospect, but made sense to people at the time, at least from the American perspective. Britain was at war with Napoleonic France and was impressing American sailors, seizing them from American ships and forcing them into the British Navy. Britain was also supplying weapons to Native American tribes resisting American expansion in the Northwest Territory, and generally treating the United States with the dismissive attitude of an empire dealing with an upstart former colony. Some Americans, particularly Western and Southern politicians called warhawks, wanted war to defend national honour, end British support for Native American resistance, and possibly conquer Canada because it was right there and looked conquerable. Others, particularly New England Federalists whose trade with Britain made them prosperous, opposed war. President James Madison, facing political pressure and genuine grievances, asked Congress to declare war in June 1812. Congress agreed, and America launched into what would become its most pointless and poorly executed war, at least until later wars gave it competition for that title. The War of 1812 went badly for the United States almost immediately. The plan to conquer Canada, which warhawks had claimed would be easy, a matter of marching and occupying, failed spectacularly. American forces invaded Canada 3 separate times in 1812, and all 3 invasions failed. One force surrendered at Detroit without fighting, when the British commander bluffed about having superior forces including native warriors who would massacre the Americans if they resisted. Another invasion across the Niagara River achieved initial success, but ended with American militia refusing to cross into Canada because their enlistments were for defending American territory, not invading foreign countries, a distinction they chose that exact moment to emphasize. The naval war went better, surprisingly. The tiny American Navy won several single-ship actions against British vessels, boosting American morale even though these victories didn't significantly affect the overall war. The most famous was the USS Constitution defeating HMS Guerriere in August 1812. Cannonballs bouncing off Constitution's thick hull led to its nickname Old Ironsides. American privateers also harassed British merchant shipping, capturing hundreds of vessels. But once Britain defeated Napoleon in 1814 and could focus on America, the British Navy blockaded the American coast, strangling trade and commerce. In 1814, British forces launched serious offensives, invading from Canada and raiding the Chesapeake Bay region. A British force marched on Washington, D.C. In August 1814, defeated American militia at Bladensburg, where the militia broke and ran so quickly the battle was called the Bladensburg Races, and occupied the capital. They burned the White House, the Capitol, and other government buildings in retaliation for Americans burning York, Toronto the previous year. President Madison and the government fled, making the burning of Washington a humiliating low point in the war. The British withdrew after a few days, having made their point about American military weakness. The British then moved on Baltimore, which had better defences and a more determined garrison. The bombardment of Fort McHenry defending Baltimore Harbour lasted all night on September 13-14, 1814, and inspired Francis Scott Key to write The Star-Spangled Banner after seeing the American flag still flying at dawn. The fort held, the British withdrew, and Baltimore was saved, turning a defensive success into a patriotic symbol that would eventually become the national anthem. Meanwhile, peace negotiations had been underway in Ghent, Belgium since August 1814. Both sides were tired of the war, which had achieved nothing for either side at considerable expense. The Treaty of Ghent, signed in December 1814, essentially restored everything to status quo ante bellum, the state before the war. No territory changed hands, no issues were resolved, and both sides agreed to stop fighting and go back to how things were. This made the entire war seem pointless, which it largely was, though Americans would later claim it as a great victory for some reason. The war's final battle came after the peace treaty was signed, but before news reached America, communication across the Atlantic took weeks. In January 1815, British forces attacked New Orleans, and American forces under Andrew Jackson decisively defeated them, killing or wounding about 2,000 British soldiers, while suffering fewer than 100 casualties themselves. This was the most one-sided American victory of the war, and it came after the war was officially over, which is either ironic or tragic depending on your perspective. Americans celebrated the victory anyway and credited Jackson with saving the nation, launching his political career that would eventually take him to the presidency. The War of 1812 accomplished very little militarily or diplomatically, but it had significant psychological effects. Americans convinced themselves they'd won, never mind that the war ended in stalemate and Washington had been burned. The successful defense of Baltimore and the victory at New Orleans were remembered, the failures and embarrassments forgotten. The war also effectively ended the Federalist Party, which had opposed the war and been accused of disloyalty. Some Federalists had even met at the Hartford Convention in late 1814 to discuss secession, which looked treasonous once the war ended with American claims of victory. The war also devastated Native American resistance to American expansion. Tecumseh, a Shawnee leader who'd built a confederation of tribes to resist American encroachment, was killed fighting alongside the British in 1813. Without British support and without unified resistance, Native American tribes faced American expansion alone. The path was clear for the United States to push westward without significant opposition from European powers or indigenous peoples, at least not opposition that Americans took seriously. This expansion was ideologically justified by what would come to be called manifest destiny. Though that specific phrase wasn't coined until 1845, the idea was simple and enormously convenient. America was destined to expand across the continent, spreading democracy and civilization. This was presented as inevitable, beneficial, and divinely ordained. That it required displacing indigenous peoples who'd lived on the land for thousands of years was either ignored or justified through racist theories about indigenous inferiority and the supposed benefits of civilization. That it involved seizing territory from Mexico and threatening war with Britain over Oregon didn't trouble advocates of manifest destiny. After all, destiny is destiny, and who can argue with fate? In 1823, President James Monroe articulated what became known as the Monroe Doctrine in a message to Congress. The doctrine had two main points. European powers should not establish new colonies in the Americas or interfere with independent nations in the Western Hemisphere, and in return, the United States would stay out of European affairs. This was remarkably bold for a nation that had barely survived a war with Britain and had a military that couldn't conquer Canada. The Monroe Doctrine was less a statement of actual American power and more a declaration of aspirations, backed by British naval supremacy, since Britain also wanted to keep other European powers out of the Americas for its own commercial reasons. But the Monroe Doctrine established a principle that would guide American foreign policy. The Western Hemisphere was America's sphere of influence, and European intervention would be considered a threat. This was imperialism dressed up as defensive policy, but it would be invoked repeatedly over the next 2 centuries to justify American intervention in Latin America, from supporting friendly dictators to overthrowing unfriendly governments to occupying countries for years at a time. The doctrine's legacy is complicated at best. Meanwhile, westward expansion continued, and it came at enormous cost to indigenous peoples. Through the 1820s and 1830s, American settlers pushed into territories that had been guaranteed to tribes by treaty. When indigenous peoples resisted or simply remained on their lands, they were removed by force. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 championed by President Andrew Jackson, the war hero from New Orleans who apparently believed winning battles against the British entitled him to dispossess Native Americans, authorized the president to negotiate removal treaties with eastern tribes. The Cherokee Nation in Georgia, North Carolina, and Tennessee had adopted many aspects of American culture: written language, constitutional government, farming, even slavery in some cases. They demonstrated they could coexist with American society on American terms. It didn't matter. Georgia wanted their land, gold had been discovered on Cherokee territory, and Jackson supported removal. The Cherokee fought removal through legal channels, taking their case to the Supreme Court. In Worcester v. Georgia, 1832, the court ruled in favor of the Cherokee, declaring Georgia's actions unconstitutional. Jackson allegedly responded, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it," though this quote may be apocryphal. Regardless of what Jackson said, he did nothing to enforce the court's decision, demonstrating that constitutional principles meant nothing when they conflicted with white settlers' desire for land. Between 1831 and 1839, the Cherokee and other southeastern tribes, Creek, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Seminole, were forced to relocate west of the Mississippi River to what was called Indian Territory, now Oklahoma. This forced relocation became known as the Trail of Tears, and it was ethnic cleansing by any honest definition. The Cherokee were forced from their homes at gunpoint, held in stockades, and marched west in terrible conditions. About a quarter of the Cherokee died during the removal from exposure, disease, starvation, and the trauma of losing their homeland. Similar proportions of other tribes died during their forced removals. The Trail of Tears was a moral catastrophe, genocide carried out by official government policy with the approval of Congress and the President. It demonstrated that American ideals of justice and constitutional government didn't apply to indigenous peoples, that treaties would be violated whenever convenient, and that the expansion of American territory took precedence over any ethical considerations. This was manifest destiny in practice. The destiny being manifested was the destruction of indigenous societies and the theft of their lands. American expansion soon extended beyond territory acquired from France or taken from indigenous peoples. Americans began settling in Texas, then part of Mexico, in the 1820s. Mexico initially encouraged American immigration, offering cheap land to settlers who would become Mexican citizens, convert to Catholicism, and follow Mexican law. American settlers took the land but generally ignored the citizenship, religion, and law parts of the agreement. By the 1830s, Americans in Texas outnumbered Mexican citizens there and were increasingly restive under Mexican authority, particularly after Mexico abolished slavery in 1829. Most American settlers in Texas owned slaves and weren't about to give up that economic system just because Mexican law required it. Tensions escalated into the Texas Revolution in 1835-1836. The specific causes were complex: Mexican centralization of power, cultural differences, American settlers' refusal to follow Mexican law, and slavery, but the result was armed conflict. Mexican forces under General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna initially succeeded, famously capturing the Alamo in March 1836 in a battle that killed all defenders, including Davy Crockett and Jim Bowie. Americans turned this defeat into a rallying cry: "Remember the Alamo," conveniently forgetting that the Texan rebels were fighting to preserve slavery in territory that belonged to Mexico. The Texas forces, led by Sam Houston, won a decisive victory at San Jacinto in April 1836, capturing Santa Anna and forcing him to sign treaties recognizing Texas independence. The Republic of Texas existed as an independent nation for 9 years, seeking annexation by the United States. But annexation was controversial. It would add another slave state, upsetting the balance between free and slave states, and it would likely provoke war with Mexico, which never recognized Texas independence. Presidents Jackson and Van Buren avoided annexation despite pressure from Southern politicians and Texas settlers. In 1845, President John Tyler, in his last days in office, pushed through annexation via a joint resolution of Congress, which required only a simple majority rather than the 2/3 Senate vote needed for a treaty. President-elect James K. Polk supported annexation and expansion generally. He'd campaigned on acquiring Oregon from Britain and California from Mexico. Texas became a state in December 1845, and Mexico broke diplomatic relations, considering this an act of aggression. War was probably inevitable at this point, though both sides spent several months pretending it wasn't. The pretext for war came in early 1846 when American and Mexican forces clashed in disputed territory between the Nueces River and the Rio Grande. Polk claimed Mexico had invaded American territory and killed American soldiers. In reality, the territory was disputed. Texas claimed the Rio Grande as its border, Mexico recognized only the Nueces River, and Polk had deliberately ordered troops into the disputed area to provoke conflict. But Polk got his war. Congress declared war in May 1846, with many Whig politicians opposing it as an unjust war of aggression, but voting for it anyway to appear patriotic. The Mexican-American War lasted from 1846 to 1848, and was militarily successful for the United States. American forces invaded Mexico from multiple directions, through Texas toward Monterrey and Mexico City, through New Mexico toward California, and by sea to occupy California ports. General Zachary Taylor won victories in northern Mexico despite being outnumbered. General Winfield Scott led an amphibious landing at Veracruz and marched inland to capture Mexico City in September 1847, essentially winning the war. California was occupied with minimal resistance. The territory was lightly defended, and many Californios were ambivalent about Mexican rule anyway. The war made military reputations for officers who would later fight in the Civil War: Ulysses S. Grant, Robert E. Lee, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, and many others served in Mexico and learned their craft there. The war also demonstrated American military capability and willingness to use force to acquire territory. But it was morally dubious from the start, an aggressive war justified by fabricated pretexts and manifest destiny rhetoric. Even some participants recognized this. Grant later wrote that the war was one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed in February 1848, ended the war. Mexico ceded about half its territory to the United States: California, Nevada, Utah, most of Arizona and New Mexico, and parts of Colorado and Wyoming, approximately 525,000 square miles. In exchange, the United States paid $15 million and assumed $325 million in claims by American citizens against Mexico. This was territorial acquisition by conquest, dressed up with a payment that made it look like a purchase, but was really compensation paid to the loser of a war they'd been forced into. The acquisition of California proved immediately valuable when gold was discovered at Sutter's Mill in January 1848, just weeks before the treaty was signed. Word spread slowly at first, but by 1849 the California gold rush was in full swing. Hundreds of thousands of people, Americans, Europeans, South Americans, Chinese, Australians, flooded into California seeking fortune. These 49ers travelled by covered wagon across the continent, by ship around South America, or by ship to Panama, crossing the isthmus and taking another ship to San Francisco. Most gold rushers didn't strike it rich. Some found gold, many found nothing, and the real money was made by merchants selling supplies to miners at inflated prices. But the gold rush transformed California from a sparsely populated territory to a state in just 2 years. California's population exploded, requiring rapid establishment of government and infrastructure. The gold rush also accelerated the displacement of indigenous peoples in California, as miners invaded their territories, destroyed their food sources, and sometimes killed them outright. California's Native American population declined by about 80% between 1848 and 1870, from disease, starvation, and outright genocide by settlers and miners who saw indigenous peoples as obstacles to mineral wealth. The gold rush also created California's ethnic diversity and its distinctive culture of boom and bust speculation. The promise of sudden wealth attracted risk-takers and dreamers from around the world. San Francisco transformed from a village to a city almost overnight, creating wealth for some and disappointment for many more. The gold rush symbolized both the opportunities and the costs of westward expansion. Fortunes could be made, but usually at someone else's expense. By 1850, the United States stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific, having acquired vast territories through purchase, conquest, and what Americans preferred to call destiny. The nation had grown from 13 states along the Atlantic coast to 30 states and multiple territories spanning the continent. This expansion fulfilled the vision of manifest destiny, a continental nation stretching from sea to shining sea. But it came at enormous cost: the destruction of indigenous societies, war with Mexico, and the acquisition of territories that would reopen the question of slavery's expansion and push the nation toward civil war. The ideology of manifest destiny justified expansion as inevitable and right, but it was neither. It was a choice, to prioritize territorial growth over justice, to value land acquisition over indigenous rights, to wage aggressive wars for territory while claiming defensive motives. It succeeded in creating a continental nation, but it embedded into American culture the belief that expansion was America's natural right, that other people's claims to land were subordinate to American desires, and that force was an acceptable tool for achieving national goals. The generation that built this continental empire saw it as triumph, spreading democracy and civilization, fulfilling America's potential, securing the nation's future. They weren't entirely wrong. The acquisition of the West did provide resources and opportunities that fueled American growth for generations. But they were willfully blind to the costs, or they simply didn't care because those costs were borne by people they considered inferior or disposable. History often works this way. The people making decisions rarely suffer the consequences, and the people suffering the consequences rarely get to make decisions. The territorial expansion of the early 19th century set the stage for the conflicts that would dominate the latter half of the century. The question of whether new territories would allow slavery would tear the nation apart. The treatment of indigenous peoples would continue to worsen as settlement pushed further west, and the assumption that America had a right to expand wherever it wanted would shape foreign policy in ways that created both opportunity and tragedy. But for now, in 1850, Americans could look at a map stretching from ocean to ocean and feel they'd achieved something remarkable, even if they'd chosen not to count the costs along the way. The territorial expansion of the early 19th century created a problem that Americans had been avoiding since the Constitution was written. What would happen to slavery as the nation grew? The founders had embedded slavery into the Constitution while carefully avoiding using the word, as if not naming it would make the moral problem disappear. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Every new territory and potential state forced the question, would slavery be allowed there? And since political power in Congress depended on the balance between free and slave states, this wasn't just a moral question, but a direct fight over power. The first major crisis came in 1819 when Missouri applied for statehood as a slave state. This seems straightforward enough until you realize that Missouri's admission would upset the careful balance maintained in the Senate. 11 free states, 11 slave states, meaning equal representation and mutual veto power. Northern congressmen proposed admitting Missouri only if it gradually abolished slavery, which Southern congressmen saw as an attack on their entire social and economic system. The debate became heated, bitter, and threatened to split the Union just 30 years after the Constitution was ratified. The solution was the Missouri Compromise of 1820, crafted by Henry Clay, a Kentucky congressman who would spend the next 3 decades trying to hold the Union together through increasingly desperate compromises. The deal admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine, which had been part of Massachusetts and wanted independence, as a free state maintaining the balance. More significantly, it drew a line across the Louisiana Territory at 36° 30 north latitude. Slavery would be prohibited north of that line except in Missouri, but allowed south of it. This was kicking the can down the road, or rather drawing a line across the road and pretending that would solve everything. The Missouri Compromise worked for about 30 years, which is pretty good for a political band-aid applied to a moral wound. It established that Congress could regulate slavery in territories, which Southerners accepted grudgingly because they got Missouri and assumed future territories would mostly be south of the line. It also established that maintaining numerical balance between free and slave states was crucial to prevent either section from dominating. This meant every new state admission became a crisis requiring negotiation and compromise. But the compromise couldn't address the fundamental problem. Slavery was morally indefensible but economically entrenched, particularly after the cotton gin made cotton cultivation enormously profitable and increased demand for slave labor. The northern states had gradually abolished slavery, recognizing it was incompatible with Republican principles. Though recognizing something is wrong and actually caring enough to fix it are different things, and northern states generally abolished slavery gradually enough that they could avoid disrupting their economies or seriously helping enslaved people. Southern states doubled down on slavery, developing elaborate defenses of it as a positive good rather than a necessary evil, and building their entire society around enslaved labor. The abolitionist movement emerged in the 1830s, and it was radical in ways that made moderate Americans deeply uncomfortable. Early abolitionists like William Lloyd Garrison demanded immediate emancipation without compensation to slaveholders, which struck slaveholders as theft of their property and struck many Northerners as unrealistic and dangerous. Garrison published the Liberator newspaper starting in 1831, with the famous opening line, "I will be heard," and proceeded to be heard loudly, angrily, and uncompromisingly for the next 35 years. He was not interested in gradual reform or polite debate. He wanted slavery ended immediately and was willing to condemn the Constitution as a pro-slavery document, which it was, and call for disunion if slavery continued, which was politically toxic. Other abolitionists focused on helping enslaved people escape to freedom through what became known as the Underground Railroad. This wasn't an actual railroad. The name came from the use of railroad terminology like stations, conductors, and passengers, but rather a network of safe houses and guides helping fugitive slaves reach free states or Canada. The Underground Railroad was illegal under the Fugitive Slave Act, which required citizens to assist in capturing escaped slaves, making participation an act of civil disobedience and sometimes genuine danger. Harriet Tubman became the most famous conductor on the Underground Railroad, and her story is remarkable even by the standards of a period full of remarkable people. Born into slavery in Maryland around 1822, she escaped to Philadelphia in 1849. Having secured her own freedom, she could have stayed safe in the North. Instead, she made about 13 trips back to the South over the next decade, personally guiding approximately 70 enslaved people to freedom, including her own family members. This required extraordinary courage. She was risking her freedom and her life every time she went south, with bounties on her head and slave catchers actively looking for her. Tubman carried a pistol, not primarily for defense, but to ensure that people she was guiding didn't turn back. Once you started the journey, you either made it to freedom, or you'd be captured and potentially tortured into revealing the network. She never lost a passenger, which is a perfect record that any modern transportation system would envy, though her methods of ensuring success were considerably more intense than missing a connection. She operated on the principle that there were only two acceptable outcomes, liberty or death, and she meant it literally. Not exactly the gentle persuasion approach, but effective. The Underground Railroad helped thousands of people escape slavery, though the exact number is impossible to know since secrecy was essential. The routes typically led through border states into the north and often continued into Canada, where slavery was prohibited and fugitive slave laws didn't apply. Conductors like Tubman, John Parker, Levi Coffin, and many others, black and white, free and formerly enslaved, risked everything to help strangers escape bondage. This was resistance to evil at enormous personal cost, and it demonstrated that not all Americans were content to compromise with slavery indefinitely. The political compromises continued through the 1840s and into the 1850s. The Mexican-American War's territorial acquisitions reopened the slavery question immediately. What would happen in California, New Mexico, Utah, and the rest of the Mexican Cession? Wilmot Proviso, proposed in 1846, would have banned slavery in any territory acquired from Mexico. It passed the House but failed in the Senate, demonstrating that Northern representatives would vote to restrict slavery when they had the votes. But the Senate's equal state representation gave the South veto power. California's gold rush created an immediate crisis. California's population exploded, it needed state government quickly, and Californians wanted to skip the territorial phase and go straight to statehood. They drafted a constitution prohibiting slavery, not out of particular moral conviction, but because white miners didn't want to compete with slave labor, and California's distance from the South made slavery less economically attractive anyway. But admitting California as a free state would destroy the Senate balance, 16 free states to 15 slave states. Southern politicians threatened secession if California was admitted without a slave state to balance it. The Compromise of 1850, another Henry Clay production, the man was basically the 19th century's professional compromiser at this point, admitted California as a free state, but gave the South several significant concessions. The territories of New Mexico and Utah would decide the slavery question through popular sovereignty, meaning territorial settlers would vote on it themselves. This seemed democratic, but just pushed the conflict down to the territorial level where pro- and anti-slavery settlers would fight for control. The slave trade, though not slavery itself, was abolished in Washington, D.C., which was mostly symbolic but at least ended the embarrassment of having slave auctions in the nation's capital. And most significantly for future conflicts, the Fugitive Slave Act was strengthened dramatically. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 was particularly odious. It required federal officials to assist in capturing fugitive slaves and imposed penalties on anyone who helped fugitives escape. It denied accused fugitives the right to testify in their own defense or to have a jury trial. Their status was determined by special commissioners who received $10 if they ruled someone was a fugitive slave, but only $5 if they ruled them free. which was both a perverse incentive and obvious injustice. The act also allowed slaveholders to seize suspected fugitives in free states and take them south without much due process, meaning free black people in the North could be kidnapped and enslaved with minimal legal protection. The Fugitive Slave Act radicalized many previously moderate Northerners. It made them complicit in slavery, not just tolerating it in distant southern states, but actively participating in returning human beings to bondage. Some northern states passed personal liberty laws attempting to obstruct the federal law, and many citizens simply refused to cooperate with slave catchers. The act was meant to placate the South and protect slaveholders' property rights, but it ended up creating more abolitionists in the North by making slavery's cruelty visible and forcing everyone to take sides. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 shattered whatever remained of sectional peace. Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois proposed organizing the Kansas and Nebraska territories using popular sovereignty to decide on slavery. This seems reasonable until you remember that Kansas was north of the 30-60-30 line established by the Missouri Compromise, where slavery was prohibited. The Kansas-Nebraska Act explicitly repealed that provision, opening territory that had been closed to slavery for 34 years. Southern politicians supported it because it opened new territory to slavery. Douglas supported it because he wanted a transcontinental railroad running through Illinois and needed Southern support. Northern opponents saw it as betrayal of a sacred compromise and evidence that the slave power was aggressively expanding rather than staying within its traditional bounds. The act passed in May 1854, and Kansas immediately became a battleground. Pro-slavery settlers from Missouri and anti-slavery settlers from New England rushed into Kansas, each side trying to gain enough population to control the territorial legislature and win the popular sovereignty vote. Both sides brought guns. Missouri border ruffians crossed into Kansas to vote illegally in territorial elections, elect pro-slavery legislatures, and intimidate free soil settlers. Anti-slavery settlers established their own towns, formed their own government, and prepared to fight. Violence escalated through 1855 and 1856. The pro-slavery territorial legislature, elected through fraud, passed laws making it a crime to question slavery or help fugitive slaves escape. Free soil settlers refused to recognize this legislature and established their own free state government in Topeka. Now, Kansas had two competing governments, both claiming legitimacy, both armed, and both convinced they were defending liberty. They just had very different definitions of what liberty meant. In May 1856, pro-slavery forces sacked Lawrence, Kansas, a free soil stronghold, burning buildings and destroying printing presses. In retaliation, John Brown, an abolitionist who believed slavery was evil and violence against slaveholders was righteous, led a group including his sons to Pottawatomie Creek and murdered 5 pro-slavery settlers. This was terrorism in service of ending slavery, which raises uncomfortable questions about means and ends. The Pottawatomie massacre escalated the violence further, with raids, counter-raids, and guerrilla warfare making Kansas genuinely dangerous for everyone there. Bleeding Kansas became a national symbol of the sectional conflict. The violence demonstrated that popular sovereignty was unworkable when both sides would rather fight than accept the other's victory. It showed that the slavery question couldn't be resolved through democratic means because neither side would accept a democratic outcome they lost. And it revealed how far people were willing to go, killing neighbors, burning towns, waging guerrilla war over the question of slavery's expansion. The violence even reached the Senate floor in May 1856. Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts gave a speech called The Crime Against Kansas, condemning the pro-slavery forces and personally insulting Senator Andrew Butler of South Carolina. Butler's nephew, Representative Preston Brooks, took offense, and several days later entered the Senate chamber and beat Sumner nearly to death with a cane. Sumner didn't return to the Senate for 3 years while recovering from his injuries. Brooks became a hero in the South. Supporters sent him new canes because apparently attempted murder of senators who disagreed with you was considered appropriate behavior. This was the state of American politics in the 1850s, literally beating political opponents unconscious in the halls of Congress. The Dred Scott decision of 1857 made everything worse, which was an achievement given how bad things already were. Dred Scott was an enslaved man who sued for his freedom, arguing that his residence in free territory made him free. The case reached the Supreme Court, and Chief Justice Roger Taney, a pro-slavery Democrat from Maryland, wrote an opinion that was both legally aggressive and morally bankrupt. The court ruled that black people, whether enslaved or free, were not and could never be citizens. and therefore had no standing to sue in federal court. Taney went further, declaring that Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in the territories. The Missouri Compromise had been unconstitutional all along, and popular sovereignty was also questionable, since it meant territorial legislatures doing what Congress couldn't do. The Dred Scott decision was a disaster for sectional peace. It declared that slavery could potentially expand anywhere, that Congress couldn't stop it, and that black people had no rights that white people were bound to respect. Taney actually wrote that phrase in the opinion, in case there was any doubt about the racist ideology underlying the decision. The ruling radicalized Northern opinion by demonstrating that the Southern slave power wasn't content with protecting slavery where it existed, but wanted to expand it nationally. It also destroyed the doctrine of popular sovereignty, which had been the last remaining compromise position between free soil and pro-slavery expansion. In October 1859, John Brown, who'd moved on from Kansas after his time making the territory bleed, attempted to start a slave rebellion by raiding the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. Brown and about 20 followers, including several of his sons, seized the arsenal, intending to distribute weapons to enslaved people and trigger an uprising. The plan was wildly optimistic, bordering on delusional. Brown expected slaves to spontaneously join him once they heard about the raid. But most slaves in the area didn't even know the raid was happening, and those who did had more sense than to join a doomed venture. Federal troops under Robert E. Lee, the same Lee who'd later command Confederate armies, currently serving the government he'd later betray, surrounded the arsenal and stormed it on October 18th. Brown and his surviving followers were captured. Several of Brown's men, including 2 of his sons, were killed during the raid or the assault. Brown was quickly tried for treason against Virginia, convicted, and hanged in December 1859. Before his execution, he wrote a final statement predicting that the crimes of slavery could only be purged with blood, which turned out to be eerily accurate. Brown's raid accomplished nothing militarily. It was over in 36 hours, never came close to starting a general uprising, and resulted in Brown's death. But it terrified the South. If abolitionists were willing to attempt armed insurrection to end slavery, what would stop them from trying again? Southern politicians and newspapers claimed Brown represented mainstream Northern opinion, that Republicans secretly supported violent abolition, and that the South was under siege from Northern aggression. This was paranoid exaggeration, but fear doesn't require accuracy to be politically powerful. The North's reaction to Brown was complicated. Most Northern politicians condemned the raid as criminal and insane, but many also expressed sympathy for Brown's goals, if not his methods, and some openly admired his willingness to die for his principles. Ralph Waldo Emerson called Brown a martyr. Church bells rang in some Northern towns on the day of his execution. This was horrifying to Southerners, who saw Northern sympathy for Brown as proof that the North wouldn't be satisfied until slavery was destroyed by any means necessary, including violence. The presidential election of 1860 took place in this atmosphere of sectional hatred and mutual fear. The Democratic Party split along sectional lines. Northern Democrats nominated Stephen Douglas. Southern Democrats nominated John C. Breckinridge. A group of former Whigs and moderate conservatives formed the Constitutional Union Party and nominated John Bell, running on a platform of preserving the Union and avoiding the slavery question entirely, which was optimistic given that the slavery question was the only thing anyone cared about. The Republican Party, formed in the 1850s in opposition to slavery's expansion, nominated Abraham Lincoln of Illinois. Lincoln was a moderate by Republican standards. He opposed slavery's expansion into new territories, but promised not to interfere with it in states where it already existed. He wasn't an abolitionist calling for immediate emancipation. He was a politician promising to contain slavery geographically and let it die gradually. But to the South, any restriction on slavery was an existential threat. The Southern economy depended on slavery, Southern society was built on racial hierarchy enforced by enslavement, and Southern political power required slavery's expansion to maintain the sectional balance. Southern politicians declared that Lincoln's election would be cause for secession. They weren't bluffing or negotiating, they meant it. The threat was clear: elect Lincoln and the Union dissolves. Northern voters elected Lincoln anyway, though with only 40% of the popular vote. He won a plurality in a four-way race and carried enough Northern states to win the Electoral College. He didn't receive a single electoral vote from the South, and wasn't even on the ballot in most Southern states. South Carolina seceded in December 1860, even before Lincoln took office. The state's Declaration of the Immediate Causes stated explicitly that the election of a president whose opinions and purposes are hostile to slavery was sufficient cause for leaving the Union. Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas followed by February 1861. These 7 states formed the Confederate States of America, elected Jefferson Davis as president, and began seizing federal property within their borders, forts, arsenals, customs houses, treating themselves as an independent nation. The seceding states issued declarations explaining their reasons, and these documents are remarkably clear about their primary motivation, slavery. Mississippi's declaration stated that their position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery. Georgia's declaration complained about northern states interfering with slavery and failing to return fugitive slaves. Texas's declaration defended slavery as beneficent and patriarchal, and complained about northern politicians who proclaimed the debasing doctrine of equality of all men, irrespective of race or colour. These weren't states leaving because of abstract constitutional principles or disagreements over tariffs. They left specifically to protect slavery from any restriction. 4 more slave states, Virginia, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Tennessee, waited to see what would happen. They had significant Unionist populations and hoped compromise was still possible. But when Lincoln called for troops after Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter in April 1861, starting the Civil War, these states faced a choice: provide troops to fight the Confederacy or join it. They chose the Confederacy, bringing the number of Confederate states to 11. 4 slave states, Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri, remained in the Union despite having slavery and significant pro-Confederate sympathy. These border states were crucial. If they'd joined the Confederacy, the Union capital in Washington, D.C. would have been surrounded by Confederate territory, and the Union's strategic position would have been much worse. Lincoln worked desperately to keep these states loyal, sometimes suspending habeas corpus and arresting Confederate sympathizers, which was constitutionally questionable but politically necessary. The secession crisis revealed that the compromises of previous decades had failed. They'd postponed conflict without resolving the fundamental disagreement over slavery. Each compromise had made the next crisis worse by raising the stakes and hardening positions. By 1860, the sections were speaking different political languages. The North saw slavery as morally wrong and economically backward, destined to die if contained. The South saw slavery as morally justified and economically essential, requiring expansion to survive. Neither side would compromise anymore because compromise seemed like betrayal of core principles. The failure wasn't inevitable. Better leaders, different electoral outcomes, less inflammatory rhetoric might have avoided war, at least temporarily. But the fundamental conflict over slavery couldn't be postponed forever. Either slavery would expand or it would be contained and eventually abolished. Either the South's demand for protection of slavery would be met, or the North's opposition to slavery's expansion would prevail. These positions were incompatible, and once politics failed to manage the conflict, violence became inevitable. The generation that had founded the United States had known slavery was incompatible with their declared principles, but had compromised with it to form the Union. They'd assumed or hoped that slavery would gradually disappear, that the problem would resolve itself through economic forces or moral progress. They were wrong. Slavery didn't disappear, it expanded and became more deeply entrenched. The compromises didn't resolve tensions, they built pressure that eventually exploded. By April 1861, when Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter and started the Civil War, the United States faced its greatest crisis. The experiment in Republican government was being tested. Could a nation founded on liberty survive when half its population was enslaved? Could a federal union survive when states claimed the right to leave? Could democracy function when the majority in one section fundamentally disagreed with the majority in another section about the nation's basic values? These questions would be answered not through debate or compromise, but through 4 years of war that would kill more Americans than all other American wars combined and reshape the nation completely. But that war and its aftermath is the next chapter of the story, and it's a chapter written in blood. When Abraham Lincoln took office in March 1861, 7 states had already left the Union, formed their own government, and were seizing federal property within their borders. Lincoln faced an impossible situation: recognize Confederate independence and accept the dissolution of the United States, or insist on federal authority and probably start a war. He tried threading the needle by declaring secession illegal and unconstitutional, but promising not to interfere with slavery where it existed, and avoiding military action that might push more states to secede. This was politically sophisticated but ultimately futile, because both sides had already decided that compromise was surrender. The crisis came at Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina. This federal fort was one of the few remaining federal positions in Confederate territory, and its garrison was running out of supplies. Lincoln announced he would resend supply ships to Fort Sumter, not reinforcements, just food and supplies delivered peacefully. This put the Confederacy in an awkward position. Let the supplies through and accept federal authority over forts in Confederate territory, or fire on the supply ships and start a war. Confederate leaders chose war, perhaps calculating that firing the first shot would unite the South and possibly bring European recognition. On April 12, 1861, Confederate forces under General P.G.T. Beauregard, who'd been an artillery instructor at West Point and had taught many of the Union officers who would now fight against him, because this war was going to be tragically personal in ways nobody anticipated, bombarded Fort Sumter for 34 hours. The fort's commander, Major Robert Anderson, returned fire but was hopelessly outgunned and surrounded. The bombardment caused no deaths on either side. The only casualty came during the surrender ceremony when a cannon exploded during a salute, killing a Union soldier, which is about as anticlimactic and pointless a way to become the first casualty of a war as one can imagine. Anderson surrendered on April 13th, and the Civil War had begun. Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion, which prompted Virginia, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Tennessee to secede rather than provide troops to fight other southern states. The Union now faced 11 Confederate states with a combined population of about 9 million, including nearly 4 million enslaved people. The Union had 22 states with about 22 million people. The North had enormous advantages in population, industrial capacity, railroad networks, and naval power. The South had skilled military leadership, fighting on home territory, and the strategic advantage of defense. They didn't need to conquer the North, just survive until the North got tired of fighting. Both sides expected a short war. Northerners thought superior numbers and resources would quickly crush the rebellion, one major victory, a march to Richmond, and the Confederacy would collapse. Southerners thought Northern industrial workers and merchants lacked martial spirit and would quit after a single defeat, or that European need for cotton would bring British and French intervention. Everyone was catastrophically wrong. This would be a long, brutal, industrialized war that introduced trench warfare, railroad logistics, telegraph communication, and casualty numbers that shocked a generation raised on limited conflicts with relatively small armies. The Union strategy, developed by General Winfield Scott, the same Scott who'd captured Mexico City in 1847 and was now in his mid-70s and too infirm to lead armies in the field, but still sharp enough to plan strategy, became known as the Anaconda Plan. The idea was to blockade southern ports, cutting off exports and imports, control the Mississippi River to split the Confederacy, and gradually squeeze the South into submission without requiring massive frontal assaults. This was sound strategy, but politically difficult because it promised slow, grinding success rather than dramatic victory. Politicians and the public wanted quick results, not patient strangulation. The Confederacy's strategy was simpler: defend, survive, make the war too costly for the North to continue, and hope for foreign recognition. They didn't need to invade the North or capture Washington. They just needed to not lose until Northern public opinion turned against the war. This was realistic given that democracies generally struggle with long, expensive wars that don't directly threaten national survival. If the Confederacy could hold out long enough, a Northern presidential election might bring a peace candidate to power who would negotiate Confederate independence. The first major battle came in July 1861 at Bull Run Creek near Manassas, Virginia, about 30 miles from Washington. Two inexperienced armies, the Union under Irvin McDowell, the Confederates under Beauregard and Joseph Johnston, met in what both sides expected to be a decisive engagement. Civilians from Washington came out to watch the battle like it was entertainment, bringing picnic lunches and expecting to see Union forces quickly defeat the rebels. This tells you something about how little anyone understood what modern warfare would look like. The battle started well enough for the Union, but Confederate reinforcements arrived by railroad. The first time trains had been used for strategic mobility in warfare, and Confederate General Thomas Jackson earned the nickname Stonewall by holding a defensive position. By afternoon, the Union attack had stalled, and when Confederate forces counterattacked, the Union lines broke. The retreat turned into a rout as soldiers and civilians fled back to Washington in panic, clogging roads and abandoning equipment, The Confederates were too disorganized to pursue effectively, but Bull Run was a humiliating Union defeat that demonstrated this war wouldn't be quick or easy. Both sides scrambled to raise and train larger armies. The Union appointed George B. McClellan to command the Army of the Potomac, the main Union force in the Eastern Theater. McClellan was an excellent organizer and trainer. He transformed raw recruits into disciplined soldiers and built a genuinely impressive army. Unfortunately, he was also excessively cautious, consistently overestimated enemy strength, and seemed more interested in perfecting his army than actually using it to fight. Lincoln would grow increasingly frustrated with McClellan's reluctance to attack, at one point sarcastically asking if he could borrow the army if McClellan wasn't planning to use it. The Eastern Theater, the fighting between the Union Army of the Potomac and Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, became a frustrating stalemate for the Union through 1862. McClellan finally advanced toward Richmond in the Peninsula Campaign of spring 1862, moving his army by sea to the Virginia Peninsula and approaching the Confederate capital from the southeast. This showed strategic thinking, but McClellan moved so slowly and cautiously that the Confederates had time to concentrate forces. In the 7 days battles of June-July 1862, Confederate General Robert E. Lee, who'd been offered command of Union forces but chose to fight for Virginia instead, attacked McClellan's army repeatedly, forcing it to retreat despite the Union having superior numbers. Lee was the opposite of McClellan in temperament, aggressive, willing to take risks, and always looking for the decisive battle that would destroy the enemy army. He divided his forces in ways that violated military doctrine but confused and disoriented Union commanders. He attacked when he should have defended when he should have retreated, and generally broke all the rules successfully enough that he became the most feared Confederate general. His aggressive tactics cost Confederate forces casualties they couldn't afford to replace, but they also kept the Army of the Potomac off balance and Richmond safe for 3 years. In August 1862, Lee defeated another Union force at Second Bull Run, fighting on nearly the same ground as the first battle. In September, Lee invaded Maryland, hoping to win a victory on Union soil that might bring foreign recognition or at least encourage Northern peace Democrats. The invasion ended at Antietam on September 17, 1862, the bloodiest single day in American history with about 23,000 casualties between both armies. The battle was technically a draw, both sides were too bloody to continue, but Lee retreated back to Virginia, making it a strategic Union victory. McClellan, characteristically, failed to pursue and destroy Lee's army despite having the opportunity, which finally exhausted Lincoln's patience and led to McClellan's removal from command. The Western Theater was strategically more important than the Virginia campaigns, but got less attention because it was further from Washington and Richmond. Union forces under Ulysses S. Grant gradually pushed into Tennessee in early 1862, capturing Fort Henry and Fort Donelson, and opening routes into the Confederacy's interior. At Shiloh in April 1862, Confederate forces under Albert Sidney Johnston surprised Grant's army and nearly drove it into the Tennessee River before Union reinforcements arrived and turned the battle. The casualties, about 24,000 combined, shocked both sides. This was the first indication of how bloody this war would be. Grant's strategy in the West was consistent: apply pressure, force Confederate armies to fight or retreat, and gradually gain territory. He wasn't flashy or brilliant in the mold of Lee, but he was relentless, and understood that the Union's advantages in manpower and resources meant they could sustain losses that the Confederacy couldn't. Grant also didn't see battles as discrete events to be won or lost, but as part of continuous campaigns that ground down enemy capability. This made him less popular with press and politicians than more dramatic generals, but it made him effective. The most important Western campaign was the Siege of Vicksburg, Mississippi, which controlled a crucial section of the Mississippi River. Grant spent months in 1862-63 trying various approaches to capture the city, digging canals, attacking from different directions, and generally refusing to give up despite multiple failures. Finally, in spring 1863, he marched his army south on the west bank of the Mississippi, crossed below Vicksburg, cut his supply lines, and lived off the land while defeating multiple Confederate forces and trapping the Vicksburg garrison. This violated military doctrine about maintaining supply lines, but Grant understood that mobility and speed mattered more than following rules. Grant besieged Vicksburg from May to July 1863. The Confederate garrison and civilians in the city suffered from bombardment, hunger, and disease. They ate horses, mules, and eventually rats. People dug caves to shelter from constant artillery fire. On July 4, 1863, Confederate commander John Pemberton surrendered the garrison, about 30,000 men. Combined with the Union capture of Port Hudson days later, this gave the Union complete control of the Mississippi River, splitting the Confederacy and fulfilling a major part of the Anaconda Plan. July 4, 1863 was significant for another reason. It was the day after the Battle of Gettysburg ended in Pennsylvania. Lee had invaded the North again in June 1863, partly to relieve pressure on Vicksburg and partly hoping another victory on Union soil would convince the North to negotiate peace. The armies collided at Gettysburg in southern Pennsylvania on July 1st, and the battle grew into the largest of the war as both sides committed more troops. The first day went well for the Confederates, pushing Union forces back through the town to defensive positions on Cemetery Hill and Cemetery Ridge. On July 2nd, Lee attacked both Union flanks, achieving limited success but failing to break the Union lines. Union forces held key positions like Little Round Top, where a main regiment under Colonel Joshua Chamberlain held the extreme left of the Union line against repeated Confederate attacks, eventually charging downhill when they ran out of ammunition, which was either heroic or desperate or both. On July 3rd, Lee ordered a massive frontal assault on the center of the Union line. Pickett's Charge, named for one of the division commanders, George Pickett. About 12,500 Confederate soldiers marched across 3/4 of a mile of open ground under artillery and rifle fire toward Union positions on Cemetery Ridge. This was tactical suicide, violating every principle about attacking fortified positions across open ground, but Lee believed his army could accomplish anything. The attack failed catastrophically. Nearly half the attacking force was killed, wounded, or captured. Lee accepted blame for the disaster and prepared to retreat, though by this point there wasn't much to accomplish by staying except getting more men killed. Gettysburg cost both armies dearly, about 51,000 combined casualties over 3 days, including roughly 7,000 dead. Lee's army retreated to Virginia, never again having the strength to invade the North. The battle was a turning point, though not as decisive as later mythology would claim. The Confederacy could still fight, but it couldn't win. The question was how long the war would take, and how many more would die before the Confederacy accepted defeat. Lincoln understood that military victory alone wouldn't end slavery. That required changing the war's purpose from restoring the Union to ending slavery permanently. In September 1862, following Antietam, Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that on January 1, 1863, all enslaved people in rebel states would be free. This was legally limited. It didn't free enslaved people in border states or in Confederate territory already under Union control, because Lincoln's authority as commander-in-chief only extended to areas in rebellion. But it transformed the war from a fight to preserve the Union into a war for freedom. The Emancipation Proclamation had several effects. It made the war explicitly about slavery, which complicated Confederate efforts to gain European recognition. Britain and France, which had abolished slavery, couldn't ally with a nation fighting to preserve it. It encouraged enslaved people to escape to Union lines, undermining the Confederate economy and labor force. And it opened the path for black men to enlist in the Union Army, which they did in large numbers despite facing discrimination, lower pay than white soldiers, and the threat of execution or enslavement if captured by Confederates. About 180,000 black men served in the Union Army by the war's end, about 10% of Union forces. They served in segregated units under white officers, with a few exceptions like the 54th Massachusetts Infantry, which had white officers but gained fame for its assault on Fort Wagner in July 1863, where Colonel Robert Gould Shaw was killed leading the attack. Black soldiers fought in numerous battles, suffering disproportionate casualties because Confederate forces sometimes refused to take black prisoners and murdered black soldiers who surrendered. The participation of black soldiers in winning the war made their claim to citizenship and equality harder to deny, though plenty of white Americans would spend the next century trying. In March 1864, Lincoln appointed Grant as General-in-Chief of all Union armies. Grant's strategy was simple and brutal: simultaneous pressure on all fronts, preventing Confederate forces from shifting to meet threats, and continuous offensive operations that would wear down Confederate capacity to resist. This would be expensive in Union casualties, but Grant understood that the Union could replace losses and the Confederacy couldn't. It was war of attrition, trading lives for strategic position, and it worked even though it cost Grant his reputation as newspapers called him the Butcher. Grant accompanied the Army of the Potomac as it advanced into Virginia in spring 1864. fighting a series of battles, the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, Cold Harbor, that cost tens of thousands of casualties without decisive result. But unlike previous Union commanders who retreated after battles, Grant kept moving forward. After each engagement, he slid to the south and east, forcing Lee to retreat toward Richmond to maintain position between Grant and the Confederate capital. This overland campaign lasted from May to June 1864 and accomplished what previous campaigns hadn't. It pinned Lee's army in place and prevented it from maneuvering. By June 1864, Grant had Lee besieged at Petersburg, south of Richmond. This wasn't a formal siege with surrounding walls. It was a complex system of trenches, fortifications, and defensive positions stretching for miles, resembling World War I trench warfare half a century early. The army settled in for a siege that would last 9 months, with both sides digging trenches, mining under enemy positions, and conducting raids and assaults that achieved little except adding to casualty lists. Meanwhile, Grant had ordered General William Tecumseh Sherman to advance from Tennessee toward Atlanta, Georgia. Sherman commanded about 100,000 men against Confederate forces under Joseph Johnston, and he spent spring and summer 1864 maneuvering and fighting through northern Georgia. Sherman's strategy was similar to Grant's: constant pressure, flanking movements to force Confederate retreats, and willingness to accept casualties in exchange for territory. Johnston fought skillfully but kept retreating, and Confederate President Jefferson Davis replaced him with John Bell Hood, who was more aggressive but less competent. Hood attacked Sherman's forces 3 times in July 1864 around Atlanta, and lost all 3 battles, suffering casualties the Confederacy couldn't afford. Sherman besieged Atlanta, and Hood evacuated the city on September 1, 1864. The fall of Atlanta was strategically important. It was a major industrial and transportation center, but even more important politically. Lincoln's re-election in November 1864 had been uncertain through summer, with Northern war weariness growing, and Democrats nominating George McClellan on a peace platform. Atlanta's fall reinvigorated Northern support for the war and ensured Lincoln's re-election, which meant the war would continue until Confederate surrender. After capturing Atlanta, Sherman proposed a bold move, abandoning supply lines and marching to the Atlantic coast, living off the land and destroying Confederate infrastructure. Grant approved, and Sherman's army of about 60,000 men began the march to the sea in November 1864. They cut a swath of destruction about 60 miles wide through Georgia to Savannah, destroying railroads, burning mills and warehouses, confiscating livestock and liberating enslaved people. Sherman's troops were supposed to distinguish between military targets and private property, but discipline broke down, and the march became destructive beyond military necessity. Sherman's philosophy was that war should be hard, that civilian populations supporting the rebellion should feel the consequences, and that destroying Southern will to fight was as important as defeating Southern armies. This was total war, targeting not just soldiers but economic capacity and civilian morale. Sherman's army reached Savannah in December 1864, presenting the city to Lincoln as a Christmas present, and then turned north through the Carolinas in early 1865, continuing the destruction and demonstrating that the Confederacy couldn't protect its own territory. By spring 1865, Confederate defeat was inevitable. Sherman was marching north through the Carolinas. Grant had Lee pinned at Petersburg. Confederate armies throughout the South were collapsing or deserting. The Confederate economy had collapsed. The government was printing worthless currency, civilians were starving, and soldiers were going home because they weren't being paid or fed. In April 1865, Grant finally broke through Petersburg's defences, forcing Lee to evacuate and retreat west with the remnant of his army, about 30,000 men, exhausted, hungry, and increasingly demoralized. Lee tried to reach North Carolina to link up with remaining Confederate forces, but Union troops blocked his path and Grant's forces pursued relentlessly. On April 9, 1865, with his army surrounded near Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, Lee surrendered to Grant. The surrender terms were generous. Confederate soldiers would be paroled rather than imprisoned, officers could keep their sidearms, and soldiers who owned horses could take them home for spring planting. Grant wanted reconciliation, not revenge, and his terms reflected that goal. The Army of Northern Virginia's surrender effectively ended the Civil War, though other Confederate forces would surrender over the following weeks. The last Confederate army in Texas surrendered in May 1865. Jefferson Davis was captured fleeing south and imprisoned, though he was never tried for treason. The Confederacy simply ceased to exist, its armies defeated, its government dissolved, and its cause, preserving slavery and establishing an independent slaveholding republic, lost completely. The war had lasted 4 years, from April 1861 to April 1865. About 620,000 soldiers died, roughly 360,000 Union and 260,000 Confederate, though these numbers are estimates and the actual total may have been higher. This was more than all other American wars combined until World War II. Roughly 1 in 4 soldiers who served became casualties, killed, wounded, or died from disease. Almost every family in America lost someone or knew someone who'd been killed. Entire communities were devastated. The South's economy was destroyed, its infrastructure in ruins, and its social system based on slavery abolished. The Civil War was the central event in American history, the crisis that tested whether the nation would survive and what it would become. It resolved by force questions that politics couldn't answer. The Union was indissoluble, states couldn't secede, and slavery would be abolished. The 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, permanently ended slavery throughout the United States, fulfilling what the Emancipation Proclamation had begun. 4 million formerly enslaved people were now legally free, though what that freedom would mean in practice remained to be determined. The war also established federal supremacy over states. After 1865, no one seriously argued that states could nullify federal law or leave the Union. It demonstrated that industrial warfare was horrifyingly efficient at killing, introducing tactics and technologies that would shape future conflicts. And it created a legacy of bitterness and division that would take generations to overcome, if indeed it ever fully has been overcome. Lincoln didn't live to see the post-war reconciliation he'd hoped for. On April 14, 1865, just 5 days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer who believed killing Lincoln would somehow revive the Confederate cause. It didn't. It just deprived the nation of the leader best positioned to guide Reconstruction and reconciliation. Lincoln died on April 15th, becoming a martyr for the Union cause, and leaving the complex task of reuniting the nation to less capable hands. The Civil War had preserved the Union and ended slavery, which were monumental achievements. But it left enormous questions unanswered. How would 4 million formerly enslaved people transition to freedom? How would the South be reintegrated into the Union? Would Confederate leaders be punished or pardoned? Would the federal government protect the rights of freed people, or would it allow Southern states to recreate something approximating slavery through other means? These questions would dominate the Reconstruction era, and the answers, or failure to adequately answer, would shape American society for the next century and beyond. But for now, in April 1865, the guns had finally fallen silent, and the nation could begin trying to heal wounds that had taken 620,000 lives to inflict. The Civil War ended slavery and preserved the Union, which were enormous accomplishments that had required 620,000 deaths to achieve. Now came the arguably harder task, figuring out what to do next. 4 million formerly enslaved people were now free, but freedom without resources, education, or political power isn't worth much. 11 states had rebelled and been defeated, but they still existed and would eventually rejoin the Union with representation in Congress. The question was on what terms, and whether the federal government would protect the rights of freed people or allow Southern states to recreate racial subordination through other means. Lincoln had hoped for a relatively lenient Reconstruction that would reconcile the sections quickly. His plan offered pardons to most Confederates who took loyalty oaths and allowed states to rejoin the Union once 10% of their 1860 voters had sworn loyalty. This was politically pragmatic but didn't address what would happen to freed people, or whether Confederate leaders would face consequences for rebellion. Radical Republicans in Congress wanted harsher terms. They believed the Confederate states had forfeited their rights by rebelling, and that Reconstruction should fundamentally transform Southern society, guarantee black civil rights, and punish Confederate leaders. Lincoln's assassination in April 1865 meant we'll never know how his Reconstruction would have worked. Instead, the task fell to Andrew Johnson, a Tennessee Democrat who'd remained loyal to the Union and been added to Lincoln's 1864 ticket to appeal to border state Unionists and war Democrats. This seemed like a good idea at the time, but turned out to be a catastrophic choice. Johnson was a white supremacist who believed Reconstruction should be quick, lenient to former Confederates, and not include federal protection of black rights. He was also stubborn, politically incompetent, and prone to confrontation with Congress, which was controlled by Republicans who disagreed with basically everything he wanted to do. Johnson's Reconstruction plan, implemented in 1865 while Congress was out of session, offered broad pardons to Confederates, allowed Southern states to hold elections and form governments, and required only that they ratify the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. Southern states complied with the minimum requirements and then immediately passed black codes, laws designed to restrict black freedom and recreate something approximating slavery. These codes varied by state but generally prohibited black people from owning firearms, restricted their movement, imposed harsh vagrancy laws that could force unemployed black people into labor contracts, and generally treated freedom as narrowly as possible, while technically complying with the 13th Amendment. Mississippi's Black Code, for example, required black people to have written evidence of employment each January, or face arrest for vagrancy, and be hired out to white employers. Black children without adequate parental support could be apprenticed to white employers, preferably their former owners. Interracial marriage was prohibited. This was freedom in name only, a legal system designed to maintain white supremacy and black subordination, while avoiding the technical label of slavery. When Congress reconvened in December 1865, Republicans were furious. They refused to seat representatives from former Confederate states and established the Joint Committee on Reconstruction to develop their own plan. Over the next 2 years, Congress and Johnson fought a bitter political battle over Reconstruction policy. Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, granting citizenship to all persons born in the United States and guaranteeing equal protection under law. Johnson vetoed it, arguing it was unconstitutional federal overreach. Congress overrode his veto, the first time Congress had overridden a presidential veto on significant legislation. Congress then passed the 14th Amendment in 1866 and sent it to states for ratification. This amendment defined citizenship to include formerly enslaved people, guaranteed equal protection under law, and threatened to reduce congressional representation for states that denied voting rights to adult male citizens, a roundabout way of pressuring Southern states to allow black men to vote. The amendment also prohibited former Confederate officials from holding federal or state office unless Congress specifically pardoned them, which was punishment for rebellion. Southern states, encouraged by Johnson, rejected the 14th Amendment. This convinced Republicans that Johnson's lenient approach had failed and that more aggressive federal intervention was necessary. In 1867, Congress passed the Reconstruction Acts over Johnson's vetoes, dividing the South into 5 military districts under Army control. The acts required Southern states to write new constitutions guaranteeing black male suffrage, ratify the 14th Amendment, and hold elections in which black men could vote. Only then would states be readmitted and military rule end. This was radical Reconstruction, federal military power used to transform Southern society and guarantee black civil rights. It was unprecedented federal intervention in state affairs, and it worked, at least temporarily. Southern states wrote new constitutions that were more democratic than their antebellum constitutions, establishing public school systems, reforming taxation, and guaranteeing civil rights. Black men voted in large numbers, elected black representatives to state legislatures and Congress, and participated in government for the first time. Between 1868 and 1876, 16 black men served in Congress, 2 senators and 14 representatives. Hundreds more served in state legislatures, as local officials, as judges and sheriffs. This was revolutionary, former slaves holding political office in states that had enslaved them just years earlier. These officials worked to establish public schools, secure civil rights, and build infrastructure. They faced enormous obstacles: white resistance, limited resources, and the challenge of governing states with destroyed economies. But they achieved significant reforms in the brief period when they had political power and federal protection. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, prohibited states from denying voting rights based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. This was the final of the 3 Reconstruction Amendments, and it seemed to secure black male suffrage permanently, though notably it didn't guarantee voting rights for women of any race, and the women's suffrage movement split over whether to support the amendment without including women or oppose it for that exclusion. President Johnson's conflict with Congress escalated to the point where the House impeached him in 1868 for violating the Tenure of Office Act, a law of dubious constitutionality that prohibited the president from removing certain office holders without Senate consent. The impeachment was really about Johnson's obstruction of Reconstruction rather than technical violations of law. The Senate tried Johnson and came within 1 vote of conviction: 35 guilty, 19 not guilty, with 36 needed to remove him from office. 7 Republican senators voted to acquit, believing that removing a president over policy disagreements rather than clear crimes would be dangerous precedent. Johnson served out his term but was politically neutered and didn't run for re-election. Ulysses S. Grant won the presidency in 1868, defeating Democrat Horatio Seymour in an election where black votes in the South were crucial to Grant's victory. Grant genuinely supported Reconstruction and black rights, which was refreshing after Johnson. His presidency focused on enforcing Reconstruction policies, suppressing white supremacist violence, and attempting to protect freed people. But Grant faced enormous obstacles: a hostile white South, limited federal resources, and growing Northern fatigue with Reconstruction. White Southern resistance to Reconstruction took various forms, from political opposition to economic pressure to outright terrorism. The Ku Klux Klan, founded in 1866 in Tennessee, became the most visible instrument of white supremacist violence. The Klan was essentially a terrorist organization. White men, often former Confederate soldiers, wearing robes and hoods, riding at night, intimidating black voters, murdering black political leaders, and attacking white Republicans who supported Reconstruction. Their goal was to restore white supremacy and democratic political control through fear and violence. The Klan's tactics were brutally effective. They whipped, tortured, and murdered black people who voted or tried to exercise civil rights. They burned schools and churches. They attacked black political meetings and killed black elected officials. The violence was terrorism designed to destroy Reconstruction through fear. If black people knew that voting or political participation could result in nighttime visits from the Klan, many would simply stop participating in politics, which was exactly the goal. Congress responded with the Enforcement Acts of 1870-71, also called the Ku Klux Klan Acts, which made it federal crimes to interfere with voting rights or deprive people of constitutional rights through violence. The acts gave the president power to suspend habeas corpus and use military force against the Klan. Grant used these powers aggressively, sending federal troops to South Carolina and other states to suppress Klan violence, arresting hundreds of Klan members and securing some convictions. The federal campaign against the Klan was partially successful. Overt Klan violence decreased, and some black voters gained temporary security. But the campaign required sustained federal commitment and resources, and Northern support for Reconstruction was declining. The Northern public was tired of military occupation of the South, tired of Reconstruction expenses, and increasingly willing to believe Southern white claims that black people weren't capable of self-government, and that Reconstruction was corrupt tyranny by carpetbaggers, scalawags, and ignorant former slaves. This narrative was fundamentally false. Reconstruction governments were no more corrupt than governments in the North, and far less corrupt than antebellum Southern governments had been. But the narrative served the purpose of discrediting Reconstruction and justifying its abandonment. Northern newspapers and politicians increasingly described Reconstruction as a failed experiment in racial equality, rather than as a noble effort undermined by Southern violence and Northern unwillingness to sustain it. The Panic of 1873, a severe economic depression, shifted Northern attention away from Southern Reconstruction and toward economic problems. Democrats gained control of the House in the 1874 elections, ending Republican dominance and making it harder to pass Reconstruction legislation. Southern states gradually redeemed themselves through combinations of violence, voter intimidation, and fraud. Democrats regained control of state governments one by one, and federal authorities increasingly declined to intervene. The presidential election of 1876 ended Reconstruction through political compromise. Republican Rutherford B. Hayes faced Democrat Samuel Tilden in a disputed election where returns from several Southern states were contested. Neither candidate had an undisputed electoral majority, and the country faced a constitutional crisis. A special electoral commission dominated by Republicans awarded all disputed electoral votes to Hayes, giving him a one-vote electoral college victory despite losing the popular vote. The Compromise of 1877, negotiated to avoid violence or constitutional crisis, gave Hayes the presidency in exchange for Republicans agreeing to withdraw federal troops from the South, effectively ending Reconstruction. This was sectional reconciliation achieved by sacrificing black civil rights. Southern Democrats promised to respect black rights, which they immediately didn't do, and Hayes and Republicans convinced themselves that Southern whites would be more reasonable once federal military pressure ended, which was naive at best. With federal protection withdrawn, Southern states systematically dismantled black political power. They used violence, intimidation, economic pressure, and eventually legal mechanisms to disenfranchise black voters and establish Jim Crow segregation. Poll taxes, literacy tests, grandfather clauses, and white primaries, various methods designed to prevent black people from voting while avoiding direct violation of the 15th Amendment. Segregation laws separated races in schools, transportation, public facilities, and essentially all aspects of public life, establishing a racial caste system that would last until the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Reconstruction was simultaneously America's greatest attempt at racial justice and its greatest failure to achieve it. For about a decade, the federal government tried to protect the rights of freed people, guarantee civil equality, and transform Southern society. These efforts achieved real successes. 4 million people were freed from slavery, black men gained voting rights and political representation, public schools were established, and racial equality was enshrined in constitutional amendments. But Reconstruction failed to provide freed people with economic resources, no land redistribution, no compensation for centuries of unpaid labor, nothing to build on except freedom itself. It failed to sustain federal commitment to protecting black rights against white Southern resistance. And it failed to change Northern racial attitudes sufficiently to maintain support for racial equality when that support became politically costly or economically inconvenient. The Reconstruction Amendments, 13th, 14th, and 15th, remained in the Constitution, dormant but available for future civil rights activists to invoke. The principle of federal power to protect civil rights was established, even if that power went unused for generations. And the brief period of black political participation demonstrated that racial equality was possible, even if white supremacy would prevail for the next century. While Reconstruction rose and fell in the South, westward expansion continued in the years following the Civil War, completing the process that had begun with the Louisiana Purchase and accelerated through the Mexican-American War. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869, joining Union Pacific and Central Pacific lines at Promontory Summit, Utah, symbolically and practically connected the coasts and made westward migration easier, faster, and more attractive. The Homestead Act of 1862 offered 160 acres of public land to anyone who would farm it for 5 years, attracting hundreds of thousands of settlers to the Great Plains. This was land redistribution on an enormous scale, though notably it was indigenous land being redistributed to white settlers, rather than plantation land being redistributed to freed people. The priorities were clear. Westward expansion was encouraged and subsidized, but economic justice for formerly enslaved people was apparently too radical to contemplate. The Plains Indians, Sioux, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Comanche, and others, resisted this encroachment on their territory through the 1860s and 1870s. The Indian wars of this period were brutal on both sides, with massacres, raids, and military campaigns that gradually forced tribes onto reservations. The Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876, where Sioux and Cheyenne warriors under Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse wiped out George Armstrong Custer's entire command, was a stunning Native American victory but ultimately changed nothing. The army returned with overwhelming force and crushed resistance. The destruction of the buffalo herds, hunted to near extinction in the 1870s and 1880s, was both economic enterprise and deliberate strategy to undermine Plains Indian society. The buffalo had sustained Plains tribes for centuries, providing food, clothing, shelter, and trade goods. Without buffalo, tribes couldn't maintain their traditional way of life and became dependent on federal government rations, making resistance impossible. By 1890, the frontier was officially closed, Native Americans were confined to reservations, and the westward expansion that had defined American history for a century was complete. This expansion came at enormous cost to indigenous peoples, their lands taken, their populations decimated by disease and warfare, their cultures suppressed, and their children sent to boarding schools designed to kill the Indian and save the man, through forced assimilation. The completion of territorial expansion that Americans celebrated as triumph and destiny was, from indigenous perspectives, genocide and dispossession. Both views are historically accurate, and the contradiction between them illustrates America's central tension. The ideals of freedom and opportunity existed alongside brutal treatment of people who stood in the way of those ideals' realization for white Americans. Western expansion also drove the growth of new cities. San Francisco, which had exploded during the gold rush, became a major port and commercial center. Denver grew as a mining town. Seattle and Portland emerged as Pacific Northwest timber and shipping centers. Chicago, positioned perfectly to connect Eastern industry with Western resources, grew from a modest town to America's second largest city by 1890. These cities were rough, rapidly growing, and full of opportunity for those willing to work hard and lucky enough to succeed, though opportunity and luck were unevenly distributed, with immigrants, women, and minorities facing discrimination and limited options. The late 19th century saw the United States transform from a predominantly agricultural nation to an industrial power. Steel production, railroads, oil refining, meatpacking, and manufacturing of all kinds expanded dramatically. Andrew Carnegie built a steel empire, John D. Rockefeller monopolized oil refining, Cornelius Vanderbilt controlled railroads, and J.P. Morgan dominated banking. These men became extraordinarily wealthy. The Gilded Age saw the creation of fortunes that would be worth billions in modern terms, while workers in their factories labored for long hours in dangerous conditions for minimal wages. Industrialization created enormous wealth but distributed it unequally. Workers organized unions to fight for better wages and conditions, and capitalists fought back with lockouts, strike breakers, and sometimes violence. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Haymarket Affair of 1886, the Homestead Strike of 1892, and the Pullman Strike of 1894 were major labor conflicts that demonstrated both workers' willingness to fight for rights and industrialist power to crush resistance with private security forces and federal troops. Immigration surged in the late 19th century, with millions arriving from southern and eastern Europe, joining earlier immigrants from Ireland, Germany, and Scandinavia. These immigrants provided labor for industrial expansion but faced discrimination, exploitation, and nativist hostility from earlier arrivals, who resented competition for jobs and disliked cultural differences. American cities became increasingly